Yeah. I kept it on screen for a couple of the edits. So
Oh, dude, like check it out. I got OBS back there running, and I have us running on the other screen. So that's the first podcast in its entirety, running the
uh,
background muted.
okay.
So I'm
Did
I'm,
you what you been watching it?
I'm watching it, and so I'm also I watch it on repeat so I can get more views.
Oh, okay, cool. Because you know, well, we could talk about it last we were recording, but it's like, man, we cracked our first 100 views.
We
You know what I'm
did.
saying? Small,
Anyway, okay. Well, by the way,
small
okay.
bite
So
size.
we slated in. Welcome to the what? Is this the fourth or this the third?
This is the fourth
This is the
episode.
fourth. Welcome to the fourth episode. Great news. Our first episode has a clip from our first episode has cracked 100 views.
Yep,
Yay! It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a milestone, and we're celebrating it. And we got that within 4 days.
4 days.
And
We
they're
got
organic. We really haven't told a whole bunch of people about this. I mean, like a scant handful.
yeah,
And
it's just straight off of YouTube.
straight off YouTube search. And for some reason, we have 4 videos up already. And this is our fourth episode, but we only started releasing them 4 days ago. So we
Hmm.
have 4 clips. We have 3 clips and a complete video up. And for some reason, the clip about tipping is the one that's
Went
getting the
crazy.
views. So there's something about the tipping topic that is that's drawing in the eyeballs, and so who'da thunk it
Oh, yeah, exactly.
of all the
But
things,
we
right?
got a lot of interesting topics coming up because like
Yeah,
I started on episode 2.
awesome.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
for those
it's
of you guys who have seen episode clips from episode one, yeah, I didn't have OBS set up right, so we're not cropped properly.
we're not
Episode two
cropped
is gonna look better.
properly.
It's gonna look better.
I ain't sounding
Our
the
sound
best.
wasn't
I
on
was
point
like,
quite yet,
man,
but I think we're cropped properly starting in two, and I
we're
think
definitely cropped properly and starting this up at number 2.
and
Yeah,
I
we
think
look
our
good.
sound is solid on two too. I
Our
think,
sound is solid.
yeah,
But the whole thing is just like
it's a learning.
displaying what you got to do to
Yeah,
keep going with a podcast. It's like you're going to get better and better and better.
yeah,
This is only episode 4.
yes,
Like, imagine when we get to episode 1,000. You
yeah,
know?
and it is a learning experience. I mean, like we've done this for other people, man, but this is our. It's different when it's yours. Plus, the thing is that the technical stuff isn't the hard part for most people. The hard part is showing up and doing it.
It is.
That's what's
And the funny
crazy.
thing about it, we naturally already show up
I
to
know. I left a comment on the on the full episode that like it's been a journey getting here, and the journey really was. We have been doing this like weekly or more than once a week. We've been getting together almost in this same format,
Yep.
and we just haven't been recording it.
This is
Right.
our normal Monday.
The difference being is that sometimes when we get together in this format, and since we're not recording, maybe Raymond's camera's not on, or
Right.
or maybe we're trying to, maybe we're multitasking, doing more than one thing at a time, right? Because we're
Yep.
not recording it. So, but now this is nice. We have, and all it really took was pressing the record button because we had everything done.
We had
Uh,
everything. It was just like you said, pressing the record button, and
Yeah,
then just taking it a little bit more seriously.
yeah,
Like I made sure that I ain't doing nothing. I made sure I put my
yeah,
kid, my girl to bed.
dude.
I got time to
And
podcast.
I've noticed something, dude. You haven't fallen asleep once yet in our podcast.
Yeah,
How's
I'm awake. I feel like I'm always felt like I'm built for podcasting.
But
So
dude,
it's like
you're like a low key narcoleptic,
I'm
right?
super narcoleptic because I fall asleep in movies. I
Yeah,
told you I fell asleep in the interview before.
dude, you
I will fall asleep.
you fallen asleep in a conversation like right in front of me.
Oh yeah. I know. Trust me. I ain't gonna say I'm the proudest about it, but yeah, I will
But yeah,
fall
but you
asleep.
own it. Yeah,
Yeah, I
but you
own it.
haven't fallen asleep once yet. And actually today, and we're going to be talking about this topic later, because this kind of jumps into fitness. But today I might fall asleep because I got very little sleep last night. I probably got 3 hours,
Oh,
and I
no.
drove 3.5 hours today. And
Where'd you
I've been,
go?
picking the wife up, back and
Oh
forth, right?
yeah. Okay.
And so I got like 3 hours of sleep. I woke up at like five something to drive 3+ hours back and forth. and I haven't slept. I mean, I've been doing stuff because I picked up another client doing something that I thought I wasn't going to do anymore. But so what I got going on now is I got myself a little bit of slow release sugar here in the form of a banana. Right,
Okay.
got some slow release sugar. I got myself some quick pickup and some caffeine. Right, and then I've got no to. I got myself a good quality commercial protein bar.
Oh,
So
you make sure you were nourished.
I'm ready. I'm nourished. I'm not gonna go on some crazy ass sugar high end crash. You know, I'm not gonna
Mm.
just eat carbs and fiber. I got some good protein. I mean, like this is a surprising bar. You know, most protein bars are barely better than candy bars, right? If they do have a good amount of protein, they're packing tons of calories. But this bar, and I should have really worn my glasses. We're talking this bar is delivering 20 grams of protein, okay, with 200 calories. Okay,
Mm.
this is nowhere near as good as if you make a shake out of powder yourself, but this is way better than any other bar I've come across. This beats the crap out of most pre-mixed protein drinks. It's a fair amount of protein and pretty low calories. Because if you really
Mm.
think about it, if you're trying to get, let's say, let's be on the high side, 200 grams of protein in your daily intake. That's a lot. Okay, 200 grams of protein a day is a lot of protein to take in. It'll take 10 of these bars, right? And that if you and I'm talking about living entirely off these bars, right? So if you get all your protein from just this alone, it'll take 10 of them, which is 200 grams of protein. 20 grams times 10, 200. And 200 calories times 10 is 2,000. So 200 grams of protein with 2,000 calories. I mean, that would put me in a deficit. I could eat 10 of these a day, get about 25 grams more protein than I actually need, and still be in a caloric deficit. It's pretty crazy. This is a really good source. I mean, obviously, most of those pros out there will tell you not to get all your nutrition from essentially what are supplements, right? They recommend eating whole foods. But you know, if you had to, this is the way to go. They're not cheap. This is the brand that they call Bear Bells, is what they call this brand. It's called Bear Bells. They're not cheap, but I was able to get them on a closeout. Oh, Raymond, your camera cut.
Oh,
Oh, it's
okay.
back. It's back. It's back. There we
Yeah,
go.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm still getting
So hold on. So
my
yeah,
lip.
so we'll touch on this topic a little bit later, but I guess we wanted to start with because I want to make sure we get to our first topic. Things have been happening lately in the news, and you know, the three of us are not political pundits. The three of us don't troll political sites and read that. That's not what we do for a living. That's not what we do for entertainment. And I don't think any of us are really none of us are like crazy ideologists, right? I wouldn't describe any of us as being extreme left or extreme right. I like to think of myself as being more practical, um, which means that I kind of tend to believe in what's good for me. I mean, I pick and choose. There's a lot of stuff that the left is into that I'm a full believer in, right? There's a lot of stuff the right's into I'm a full believer in. And the reverse is true. There's stuff that
Mm.
the left is into that I just it's like that don't make sense to me. And same thing with the right. So I like to think of like this practical from my lifestyle and my point of view.
Right.
And I can see where people living a different life may think differently than me, right? Depending on where they come from, what they face. But so things have happened, right? So let's jump right into it. Charlie Kirk got assassinated. You guys are looking at this video now, and I know we're late to this game, right? But that's really not the kind of video we make. But it happened, and I want to
Right.
talk a little bit about it and what's behind it. And like I just said, the three of us are not qualified to analyze this any way, shape, or form. So essentially, what you guys are looking at now is like three guys discussing Bigfoot. Right? We're just speculating.
Yeah.
This is pure speculation. Don't if you want to get true, exact information that you can repeat to your friends, this ain't it. Okay,
Yeah.
so none of what we say you should take as Bible fact because we don't really know.
Yeah, I didn't know Charlie Kirk. I rarely paid attention to him. I mean, of course, I've seen clips of him, but I was never a follower of him. I never, um, I honestly, I like things are coming out where it was like people feel a certain type of way about him. I didn't feel no negative type of way. I seen clips where I was like, oh, okay, he cooking right now, like, because that's all I saw. But as he's passed away, the floodgate has opened.
Yeah,
Now we seeing everything, and we're getting everybody's opinion about him because of course, he can't get up and defend himself.
yeah,
So
and he's I mean, among all the things that he is, one thing that he was, and the way that I look at him, is he's an internet personality. To me,
he
that's
was.
what he was, right? You could look at him. So he founded Turning Point, which is it's some form of organization. I'm not sure if it's organized as a nonprofit. I don't know if it's a political action. I'm not sure.
It was a nonprofit. It was a
Okay.
501(c).
So he formed Turning Point, which is basically a conservative nonprofit doing outreach to young people on college campuses. I believe that's what they did. Maybe
Yeah.
wrong, but that's I know he did that because that's where he was when he died. And he's basically his goal was to try to get out there, and create conversations
Hmm.
to talk about issues, and he's there to try to win you over to his side,
Hmm.
and he's trying to support people who felt the same way that he did. Right?
Hmm.
When there's a person with a big platform saying it's the same stuff you believe in, it makes you feel better about what you believe in. It makes you feel stronger in what you believe in, right?
Right.
And I think that that's perfectly, and in that space, you can't just be a middle of the road kind of wishy-washy person. You gotta be polarizing to make it in that space, right? So typically guys like him have a far right belief and they pretty much toe the line in all aspects of of the belief. I mean, like, ask him about his ideas on abortion, and he has a far right viewpoint on it. Ask him about immigration, he'll have a far right viewpoint. Ask him about, I mean, all sorts of things. Ask him probably about social welfare projects. He'll have a far. I mean, any subject you probably bring up, he'll have a far right viewpoint, right? Because
Hmm.
he has to be congruent. Okay. And the reality is, I mean, I don't even know if I was to do something like that. I would know I'd have to be congruent. I'd have to have a consistent viewpoint on all topics. And I know a lot of politicians, a lot of the stuff that they sign off on, there's a lot of stuff that they push forward, they may not fully believe it, but they gotta believe it in public to be able to get the public support for things they do believe in, right?
Right.
So if you're a conservative Republican politician running for office, you can't you can't back abortion, even if you don't fully believe the right's take on it. You can't go against you can't go against the flow. Same thing in the
Okay.
left. You can't be a far left. You can't be a liberal Democratic politician running for office and advocate right to life. It just doesn't work that way. You're not going to get the votes from
Mhm.
your constituents. Okay.
That's crazy that it's like that.
I mean, but that's the really. I mean, like, think about it. If okay, so when folks voted for Trump, I mean, it's the weirdest thing. I mean, look, Don. I mean, I'm not the guy won. Okay, there's no. I'm not contesting that he won at all. Right? People will, but I don't. I don't really think that that can happen. That you can rig something like that. People will say that you can, but I'm not that paranoid of a person, right?
Mm.
But Donald Trump doesn't represent your traditional family man, right?
No.
Not at
How many
all.
times has he been married,
Yeah.
right? How many times has he been married? How many of those marriages happened because, I mean, like, he doesn't even wait till marriages end before he moves on to the next one? How many of those succeeding wives or mistresses that became wives, right? How many times that, I mean, like, that's his thing. I mean, we all know that the guy likes the ladies, okay? And
Hmm.
there's nothing wrong with liking the ladies, right?
And he like them young.
He likes them young, but, he never defines what young is. I mean, like, young could be 18, could be 19, could be 20, could be 25. I mean, to a 50-year-old dude, 30 could be young, okay?
Hmm.
As long as he likes them legal. And he never came out and said, I like him illegal, right? He's saying they like him young, so we're not gonna call him out on that. We're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, even if he does like him younger than that. But that hasn't been an issue that's popped up yet. Okay,
No.
the dude has consorted, let's call it that, with porn stars, right? I mean, like, there's no debating that he had to pay Stormy Daniels to not be quite so vocal,
Yep.
right?
Got to pay the hush money.
Yeah, but all these conservative Christian voters voted for him because he backed the one thing that they wanted, right? He backed the whole right to life scenario, right?
Right.
Okay, I mean, Trump is probably the only example of someone who can. And the funny thing is that a lot of times what he says he believes is directly contradicted by his behavior.
Hmm.
Okay, but the funny thing is he never talks about himself in that way. I mean, he'll talk about himself in all sorts of other ways, but he's careful not to talk about adultery when it comes to himself, right?
Yeah, he ain't gonna talk about that. Melania ain't Melania like a mistress too?
No, she wasn't. I believe.
She wasn't?
I don't think she was. I
Did
don't
he
think.
pay for Melania?
What's that?
Did he buy Melania?
Well, no, she was actually a successful model.
She
When he
was?
when he met her, she was a successful model, and of course, we know Donald Trump likes the ladies, and he likes himself beauty contestants and models. I mean, I think 100% of his wives were beauty contestants and models.
Yeah, didn't he used to have a beauty contest?
Yeah, he owned Miss. I think it was Miss Universe. The Trump
Ha!
organization owned Miss Universe. I mean,
He
that's
owned this universe
that's
and,
that's how the dude dated. I mean, like, perfect scenario. You own Miss Universe. You just you know.
so
Um,
Miss Universe is really like the flavor of Trump.
yeah,
Like it was
I
the
mean,
flavor of love for Trump.
flavorlessly, yeah. I mean, they should have had a thing. But thing is that they didn't question. The thing about Trump is that he never brings that. The thing about him is he never paints himself as the picture of propriety. That's the crazy part. Okay,
No,
he never gets up there and says that he is the world's best family man. He because he's not. Okay,
definitely
he
not.
knows better than that. He knows better than to walk up there, because if he says, "Oh yeah, I'm always like I'm 100% faithful to all my wives," it's BS. Everybody knows it, so he won't say it, right?
Yep.
But he will, like, he'll talk. Okay, so we're getting off track. So
Kurt.
yeah, going back to her. So who knows what he believes? I mean, like, I can see him as a true believer. He says a bunch of inflammatory things. He makes a bunch of inflammatory statements, riling people up. And okay, first off, I want to say this: riling people up, making inflammatory statements, creating conflict between groups, is no reason for somebody to kill you,
No.
and it's
Oh,
also no reason for them to cause any sort of violence against you, right? It's no
oh,
reason for anybody to commit a crime against you in any way.
absolutely not.
If somebody's going to play that game, you got to play the same game back. You have to work like, because this is the social media game, and people get butthurt on social media and do dumb things, right?
Mhm.
People instead of playing the same game and finding success in the same way that your opponent is doing it, a lot of people turn to doxing. Oh, I can't keep up with this guy's content. I can't build an audience like him. I can't create a platform. I can't get my voice heard. So I'll go ahead and I'll spread his personal information on the internet so people can harass him directly.
Mhm.
Illegal and stupid. That's like getting into a debate with somebody and then resorting to like ridiculing their body. It's like you're
Yeah.
you're in an intelligent debate and all of a sudden you're stumped. and you'll say, "But you're a fat ass," and that was like, "What the heck just happened?" Right? We were just talking about immigration reform, and now you're calling me fat. What the heck's going on here? You've run out of things to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like doxing and swatting, crazy, crazy stuff, right? And these words even exist 10 years ago. Okay, there was no such thing as maybe doxing did, but let's say 20 years ago there was no doxing, there was no swatting. Those
No.
words. Okay, doxing is when you reveal a person's personal information uh, online, so that people can find out where they live. They even sometimes they even reveal things like SS numbers so that you can steal their credit.
Oh, wow.
So if you
Oh
find a
wow.
treasure trove it's revealing personal info online so people can be impacted. Right. That's doxing. Okay.
Yep.
Because a lot of times people online are anonymous.
Yep.
Okay, or at least they're publicly viewable, but their personal information is anonymous. Swatting is when you okay. Swatting requires you to have the information for doxing, because swatting is when you call a SWAT team in on somebody. You
Yep.
essentially
I've seen
report
that.
that there's a hostage situation going on in this house, and you've heard shots fired, and all of a sudden some dude's streaming Fortnite, and the doorbell
Oh,
comes crashing down. It's a SWAT team.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've seen it with a lot of people. It's crazy that that's happening in this generation.
it only happened this generation.
Well, I mean that kind of goes to my little talking point about this thing because we got a new name for this generation, Armand.
What is it?
It's we had Generation X, we had Generation Z. This is Generation YN. Hey, it is Generation YN. It's that's what I'm calling it. I don't care what
Okay.
nobody else call it. It's Generation YN because you just explained everything. Like in Generation YN, nobody can outsmart you or out-talk you. They'll do things like dox you, swat you. Like think about it. Like he was killed by, like Charlie Kirk was killed by a YN, bro. We established this in the last podcast.
Hold
A
on. Okay, so we
YN,
did establish that, but let's for those tuning in. Okay, YN does not
uh,
mean yes no.
no, it ain't no yes, no. It's a young nigga.
There we go.
And,
Now, but
huh?
you're using that terminology to not to it does the
Yeah, YN is a mind state.
it is not ethnic specific in this particular.
okay.
It is a mind state. There are old YNs, there are young YNs. It's just a mind state. Like
So
you think
there
that
are
way.
white YNs.
Like that's who killed Charlie Kirk.
Okay, there we
That's who
go.
shot
Okay,
that
so
son.
that's what it is. Okay, so that's what we're identifying here. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
man.
that's what happened. I mean, here's what's crazy. So let's talk about this guy. Now, remember, this is being recorded in a time where the person's been arrested,
Hmm.
probably charged. But
But
he
he ain't
has
cooperating though.
he ain't go out, but also he's not necessarily the killer as of yet. He's the suspect, right?
He is something. Yeah.
Okay. So because, the whole innocent until proven guilty thing, we got to let that play out, okay? Because
True.
I don't believe in using the public, the court of public opinion to try anybody, right?
Hmm.
When you are accused of something, you're innocent until proven guilty. There's a system that does this, right? So things that happen to, like what happened to Johnny Depp, right? He was accused of domestic violence by his
Hmm.
wife, right? And what happened? I mean, before the court case was even was even established, there was no date for a court case. He was already losing jobs.
Oh
Studios were
yeah.
cutting ties with him. He was playing the protagonist, no, the antagonist, the villain in the Wizarding World series Fantastic Beasts, right? He was what was the character's name again? I can't remember.
Man, they said he was about to be the Joker in Batman Beyond.
Was he
I was
really?
ready for that.
I'm not sure. But here's what's crazy. I mean, like, he had all these things on deck, right? And all
Hmm.
of a sudden, not only was he Grindelwald, he was playing Gellert Grindelwald in the J.K. Rowling inspired movies, Fantastic Beasts, right? He was the bad guy, right? It's a major role, and he was revealed to be. So at the end of the first movie, he was revealed as the actor playing him. Then the second movie, he played him, and then the third one came out. He was replaced with the dude who played. Oh shoot, he was replaced by Mads Mikkelsen, who I enjoy as an actor, right? But he's no Johnny Depp.
He ain't Johnny Depp.
Okay, he's a great actor. Okay, don't get me wrong, he's a great actor, but he doesn't pull the star power that Johnny Depp does. Even though he's got the acting chops, he does not pull the star power, right? And they dropped him. I mean, like, it's crazy they dropped him because of the accusation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's got to mean, like, I'm sure that there's a lawsuit around that. I'm sure that it's one of those situations where he probably has an ironclad contract, and they probably have to pay him for it.
Man, it's funny. Like today, his the commercial. He has a fragrance for Christian Dior.
Yeah.
It's like
what's it called again? Sauvage.
Sauvage.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I remember, like of course they had exposés about the whole case and what was the lady that he was married
Amber
to?
Heard.
Amber Heard. Like she had said something like, "Why does Christian Dior want to work with you?" Like,
yeah.
And when I saw that commercial, I was like, man, I'm glad she lost that case. I couldn't believe that she said something like that to Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
You lost your mind.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, but there's a thing. Regardless if he was innocent or guilty, it was unproven. I mean, like, he was neither in that moment. In that moment, he was neither.
Yeah.
Right? He was accused. And so it happened to a lot of people. People lose their careers over an accusation nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, regardless if the accusation is, the accusation could be true, but it has to come out through the legal process. You can't just suddenly accuse somebody and then basically and convict them in the court of public opinion and lose. Yes, a studio can do that. A studio can choose to lose a bunch of money by booting somebody from a movie and paying for it with their salaries. Because, Johnny Depp, well, I don't know how much he makes anymore, but he's got to be, I mean, for Fantastic Beasts, he must have been doing at least $10 million for that picture or more. Because, most of these big actors the biggest stars get 20 plus, right? Johnny Depp's a big star, but he's kind of at the same time aging out. So could you imagine being a studio and telling your investors, oh yeah, he has incredible box office draw. He's really got a big fan base. He really plays well overseas, but because of this accusation, we don't feel comfortable working with him. So we're going to pay him his full salary that he's expecting to receive. And we're going to go ahead and hire somebody else at the same salary level too. It's like, what kind of business sense is that? Because Johnny Depp plays well overseas. I mean, he's still kicking ass in Europe.
Man, they cheer for him when he got the Don Gotti verdict.
Yeah.
In England, they was cheering for him in the pubs.
Yeah. He's still, Europe sees things differently than we do. And the market is global now. Movies make more in the global market than they do in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, come on, what sort of business decision is that? Right. And on top of that, Johnny Depp's fans in the U.S. are big too. The number of people who would boycott the movie that he is in is smaller than those who go see it. Because the kind of movies that he's in are popcorn movies that really, attracts a big swath of middle America.
True.
Right. The kind of people who would boycott his movies, they're the kind of people who would have boycotted his early movies, the art house films. Remember Johnny Depp started in art house type movies, smaller productions, things like Who's Eating Gilbert Grape, like Water for Chocolate, things like that. And it's the intelligentsia folks, and it's the coasters, the East and West Coast, more of the liberal mindset. Those are the people who would have boycotted those movies, not the people going to see Fantastic Beasts. Right.
I don't even know what that is. That's why I'm like,
you don't know what Fantastic Beasts is?
No, I don't know.
It's a Wizarding World movie. It's the Harry Potter world movies.
Well, you said it was made by J.K. Rowling, right?
Yeah, written. Yeah, so it's characters, like backstory characters from Harry Potter.
Oh, okay, I
So the
see.
Wizarding World movies. In fact, Johnny Depp plays. So in the Harry Potter movies, I'm assuming since you have a little kid, you've seen some of these.
I've seen a little bit, but like we were just talking about me going to sleep. I tried to watch Harry Potter again. I fell
You fell
asleep.
asleep.
I,
So do you remember
I couldn't do
Dumbledore?
it.
Do you remember Dumbledore in Harry Potter? Like he's the head of the he's the head of Hogwarts.
Yeah,
He's the wizard. He's the Merlin looking guy.
yeah.
Okay, so Dumbledore, the character of Dumbledore, is in these movies that we're talking about. He's young in
But
these movies.
it's young Dumbledore who
Yes,
he came up
he's played
with.
by Jude Law. So
Mm,
Jude Law is the young Dumbledore, and he has a friend that turned evil, and that's played
mm.
by Johnny Depp.
Oh, okay, I get
So
it.
this is way before Harry Potter. So this is Dumbledore's backstory, pretty much.
Mm,
So that's what it is. And the people who watch this kind of stuff, these are popcorn movies. They these are not gonna be activism type people who watch these movies. The kind of
mm.
people like do a bunch of, and we're not saying that these are bad things. Activism is not a bad thing. It's a kind of person, right? Who is an activist. Like liberals is not bad. It's a kind of person. Conservatives aren't bad. They're a variety of person,
Type of person,
right?
yep.
So we're not
Like
saying
a
these are bad. We're
YN is
just
the
we're just
type of
talking
person.
categories, right? Like
Right.
feminists are not bad at all. I mean, they're a kind of person. Okay.
Hmm.
So like when they started making Star Wars movies to appeal to to people who are more like, let's call them feminists or feminine female empowerment, stuff like that, they misread the room because the fan base for those movies is not that. And
Yep.
they reached out to that audience at the expense of sacrificing their current audience,
Hmm.
right? One could look, I mean, like, if you give the studios the benefit of the doubt, because studios are supposed to want to make money.
Right.
So it's one of those uh, bird in the hand or two in the bush situations, right? They've got like, in the hand they've got young males, right? The audience for Star Wars is young males, and Gen X males,
Hmm.
people who grew up with it. But yeah, but for the most part, the audience is mostly male, right?
Right.
So it's males across the board. People my age who saw the original Star Wars in the theaters. Came out in '77. And I did see it in theaters, right?
Hmm.
And then when I was like in middle school, the whole thing finished out. I think I was in sixth or seventh grade when the last one came out of the original three, right? So I'm their demographic. I'll go watch it because it's part of my childhood, right? So
Hmm.
50 something year old men is their demographic, all the way down to the current 12-year olds. But it's male, okay?
Right.
So they had that demographic in the hand. They can just put out a basically a movie that follows their formula, and that demographic would go to see it and they'll be over the moon ecstatic about it. They'll come out, positive word of mouth. It'll make $1 billion each film. They'll kick ass, right? But instead, they tried to expand their market to be more inclusive of the female side of things. But the problem was that wasn't their market to begin with, and the way they did it alienated the male audience. Their choices in the writing just they it didn't sit well with the male audience. The way that it came off wasn't respectful towards them. Okay, and people can say all they want to about it. Yeah, it was respectful, blah blah blah. But the thing is that the male audience didn't feel that way, and so that's like that's reverse mansplaining. It's like, oh, that what we did was not respect. You're trying to explain to the offended audience why it shouldn't have been offensive, right?
That's
And they're telling you, oh, it's only offensive because your thinking is a little bit outdated. You have to update your thinking to our modern thinking. And if you looked at it from a modern perspective, you shouldn't be offended. But that doesn't help.
I ain't trying to think when I go see a movie.
Like don't tell me that my thinking's backwards. If I think a certain way, I'm paying these tickets. I'm paying for how much are tickets now? $15 a pop? Is that what?
Man, please. Well, yeah, it's about $15, but when we go to a movie, we spend like 75 to 100
Yeah, because
because
the food and everything, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's like I'm spending a ridiculous amount of money to watch this thing in theaters when I could have waited for streaming. Okay, but your movie was so important to me, I'm going to watch it in the theater, and and um and you let me down. And then when I wrote a review about how I was let down by what I saw, I'm told that my thinking is not progressive and I shouldn't be offended by it. That's kind of weird,
Yeah,
right?
that's messed up.
You're
I,
supposed
I, I
to.
feel for you,
I'm paying for tickets, right?
man. I'm glad I never seen a Star Wars movie in the theaters.
Yeah,
Thinking
but
about that, like,
you
well,
changed all the setup on me. You changed it to where it's got a feminine kind of slant now.
Well,
It's
no,
not
no,
meant
no. It's
to work.
okay. I don't want to typify it like that. The thing was is that they chose to create stronger female characters by dumbing down the male characters. So rather than, it's a choice. I mean, like, you could create a strong character and keep the male characters just as strong as they were before. We're not saying don't create strong female characters. We're saying don't make the male characters seem so idiotic,
yeah, Luke Skywalker shouldn't have
right?
been.
And
Luke Skywalker should have been the man.
they did
He
Luke
should
dirty.
have-
I mean, like, ask any fan. I don't care who they are. They did Luke. That was not right. Mark Hamill was not pleased with what happened to his character either. But as a pro, he took it like a champ. The dude went. He did all the press junkets. He appeared and he spoke in favor of the movie as he was contracted to, and he did his contract. He did it.
It would
But
have been crazy if he would have stormed off on set like, "You're not gonna do me as Luke Skywalker this way." I would have did that.
I mean, he,
I did
he
that in the readings.
I mean, the dude really, it was him. I mean, like, Luke Skywalker is as much him as he is Luke Skywalker. I mean, like,
That's Luke
that's Luke
Skywalker.
Skywalker. I
You
mean,
can't
like,
replace Luke Skywalker. You can't replace Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker. Get out of
the
here.
way the way that they killed off Han Solo was criminal. I mean,
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
Han Solo was killed off.
Yeah, criminal the way he went out. Anyway, wait a second. This is not a Star Wars episode, so we're gonna.
Yeah, we were talking about Charlie Kirk. No.
We're talking about Charlie, but it ties in. Beliefs, right? The
Right.
funny thing is, I have a way stronger belief system surrounding my right to be entertained, and I call it my right to be entertained because I'm paying for it, right?
Mhm.
If I'm getting it for free, I got no right to. I mean, I'm rightless. You're creating something, throwing out there for free. You can give me whatever you can, right? Do whatever you
Right.
want. But if I'm gonna pay for these tickets, I want certain things, right? And if you're not going to make it a certain way, let me know beforehand so I don't pay for these tickets,
Right.
right? Um, I like you mentioned, Raymond. I don't go to movies to be told something. I go to be entertained, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I go. I go for the entertainment. I go for the way it makes you feel. Like, this is going to sound nuts, but maybe it doesn't sound nuts. There's a movie that I will. I mean, if I'm ever feeling like I want to step back into a better era for myself. I mean, like, if I want to feel good, I stream The Rocketeer. I really enjoy it. There's a movie called The Rocketeer. You should check it out.
What's a Rocketeer?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of history. I'm a huge fan of early Los Angeles, right?
Mhm.
L.A. anytime after not like before L.A. turned into what it was. Like L.A. set in the time before World War II, like from the 1910s all the way through the 50s and 60s. Like, L.A. has a rich history, and L.A. And The Rocketeer is set in Los Angeles in about 1930 something. Howard Hughes is a character in the movie,
Mhm.
and it's science fiction. There's a jetpack, so Howard Hughes invents a jetpack, and this test pilot, Cliff Secord, finds it. And it's an awesome movie. It's very Americana in its feel. It's like, it has like a rousing, like, almost Indiana Jones kind of musical score.
Okay.
It's it's a very nostalgic feeling movie. And I understand, like, some people are going to look at this and say it's two black dudes and a brown dude. And the brown dude is nostalgic for LA in 1933. Right. And I'm not looking at it at all in terms of how people were treated. That's not what I'm nostalgic for. Okay, it's a world where things were still mysterious, right? I really love the Victorian era, like the time of Teddy Roosevelt. Okay, do you guys remember Teddy Roosevelt, right? The 30
The
something, the
president.
president. Yeah, the dude was the guy was a crazy adventurer. Okay, in fact, he
Yeah.
ended up dying because of illnesses that he contracted while adventuring. I think in South America after his presidency.
Dang.
Okay, I mean, like he lived in a different time. I mean, when he went out of office, okay, he went on an extended hunting trip to Africa, right? He brought back a huge number of skin. I mean, like if you go to the Smithsonian, okay, so many of those stuffed animals that are there, he killed them, and
And brought him back.
He's the one who provided the what's it called again? The what's it? Taxidermy. He's the person who provided the material to be taxidermied. Okay, I mean,
Mm.
like that was back then. Being a hunter was a huge thing, right? In those times there were large parts of the world that were still unmapped. You can go up a river in Canada that no one's ever that no Westerners ever been up before. You can discover unknown peoples in South America. You can
Mm.
crazy stuff that happened back then, right? And movies like Indiana Jones and The Rocketeer have that feeling of discovery and adventure that that's what I enjoy about these movies in that time period, right?
Mm.
Things were unknown. I love early motoring, right? I mean, the cars that I have, I mean, they feel like early motor. I mean, like convertibles. Like I got a convertible Jaguar. It's a convertible Jaguar. It's a classic. It's a classic Jag, and it feels like early Le Mans races.
Mm.
Right? That's the time when a car, going 100 miles an hour was like the equivalent of going 250 today. Right? Like, oh my gosh, I'm going
Right.
100 miles an hour. You feel like the wheels are going to come off. I mean, like, it's the reason why I like driving old Miatas and old 911s because you feel like they're going to kill you. Right? Modern cars are great, but you can control them in incredible situations.
Yeah.
Jump behind the wheel of an 88 or an 87 911 turbo, and if you turn a corner wrong, that car will fishtail and you'll be dead.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
I love that feeling. I mean, like, of course, I don't push it to that level, but I feel like I'm going a crazy speed, and I'm only going 50. Right? That's an
Right.
enjoyable feeling. The adventure, right? Anyway, so the Rocketeer is like that. I can watch a Rocketeer, and suddenly I'm like in high school again. Right? It's that feeling of the world undiscovered before I learned a whole bunch of stuff about the world. Not that I don't enjoy knowing all this stuff, but it's kind of cool to feel that nostalgia, right?
Mm.
And those are great movies, right? They're family friendly movies, right? It's an adventure movie that doesn't that honestly you can take kids of virtually any age movies like that, right? I know back then I knew if I paid for a ticket, I'm going to see a certain thing, right? And they didn't let you down. George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, those guys don't let you down.
No.
Okay, the people who took over for them are,
Mm.
Oh
and
yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. It's funny you saying that because I was watching this thing where Michael Bay is making a comeback and he coming back to Transformers.
oh yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
realize they made so many Transformers movies
They're like
without
on
him.
7 or 9. Transformers is like the science fiction version of the Fast and Furious.
Yeah, I didn't realize they made that. I didn't realize they made that many of them. And like even like I remember there was like a Beast Wars one because
Well,
Beast Wars, huh?
it's Rise of the Beast. See, the reason why you don't realize it is they don't number them.
Yeah, I mean, but I watched. There was a Beast Wars Transformers
Yeah.
TV show when I was a
Oh yeah, yeah,
kid,
yeah. There was.
and that was one of my favorite ones. And it was like I didn't go see it, like you know what I'm saying. I didn't see it when it was in movie theaters. That should have created some nostalgia. But it's like I inherently just have that in me where it's just like I ain't even paying attention to this no more.
Yeah.
I went and watched the first couple Star Wars. I think The last one I saw was the last night. I went and saw it
Oh, you
at
mean
a.
Transformers? You said Star Wars a second ago. Transformers, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
Transformers. Like I went and saw all the Transformers leading up to like the last night, the one with Mark Wahlberg.
Oh, yeah, yeah. There's
I
two of
went and
them with
saw.
him, I think.
Yeah, I went and saw the last night at I forgot how I got into that movie. It was like a special premiere at I think it was like Paramount Studios over off of Melrose. I went and saw that, and that was awesome. And it was I thought to myself, I was like, dang, they're making a lot of Transformers movies right now. And it was like four of them after that.
Yeah,
That I didn't pay
there's a
attention to.
crazy number. The reason why you don't realize it is because when they make these movies, it's almost like they're standalone movies. They're not
Yeah,
they're not extensions. Like one of them was Bumblebee.
there was a Bumblebee movie.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I know my son went to go see Transformers 1, and I was like, I ain't about to go watch it. Like, I'm not
Oh
about
yeah,
to
it's the
even.
animated one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
wanted to saw that. I was like, I'm not about to waste
Yeah,
my
so
time.
people don't realize that all the Transformers movies tie into each other. But of course, they're not strict about their timeline. So sometimes they don't make sense in when you compare them to the old movies. It's like, wait a second, how does that happen if it's weird, but yeah. Michael Bay is a popcorn movie guy.
Yeah,
He
Michael Bay
makes
know what to do
he
to
makes
make us
movies that
sit
make you
there.
cheer. People cheer during Michael Bay movies.
Yep, we
Michael
did.
Bay makes the heroes heroic.
Right.
The heroes are heroic, and the thing is this: not only they're heroic, they're usually you feel good. Michael Bay movies are almost like propaganda. You feel good about America watching Michael Bay movies.
Heck yeah.
You realize in Transformers, we were cheering for that special ops team as they fought the Decepticons, the U.S.
Yeah, yeah, man. We
special
need to
ops team.
stop.
It's there's
They
all the
was over there fighting
flags.
the Decepticons in a pouring country. I
Yeah,
don't care that we blowing up the pyramids. America.
that's right. That's right.
America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's always they find a way to he finds a way to inject the U.S. military and make it patriotic, right? So
Right.
and if you think about it, let's look at all those movies, right? You got the first Transformers, right? Josh Duhamel and his crew for the first
Mm-hmm.
couple, right? And then the Transformers end up working with the U.S. government,
Mm-hmm.
right? Let's look at another one, The Rock, not the actor, but the movie with
Oh,
Nicolas
yeah.
Cage, right? What's
Yep.
happening there? A bunch of disgruntled veterans come together, and they're now mercenaries, and they're holding San Francisco hostage with some sort of
Mm-hmm.
what's it called, a biological weapon, right? And it gets patriotic. They send a SEAL team in there too, and then at the end they're gonna drop some ordnance on the island to destroy it. And there's that dramatic scene where Nicolas Cage goes out there to wave them off with the flares, right?
Yep.
And the planes fly overhead and looks like a military funeral. I mean,
I mean, shoot, Bad Boys. It was two black cops
yeah,
fighting against the cartel and drug dealers
and
and winning.
they're foreign. They're foreign. A lot of the bad guys in his movies are foreign. Of course, in The Rock, the bad guys were former American servicemen looking
Mm-hmm.
for a payday, right? Of course, led by a guy with tragedy, but that's Michael Bay has a very simple formula that works, right?
Mm-hmm.
And quote unquote real filmmakers give him shit for it, but have they
They
made as
wish they
much
could
money
be
for a
Michael
theater?
Bay.
Right? What's that?
Uh-huh. They wish they can be Michael Bay.
Dude, have they made the kind of money he's made in theaters? Most haven't, right?
Never.
Most of those guys who win Oscars have never seen a movie gross like the Transformers.
Or
Right?
seen them even like Bad Boys. Like I remember like watching the story behind that. Like he put up some of his check
Hmm.
to make sure Bad Boys came out, and it was a commercial success. I remember that was like, man, that was a wave when Bad Boys first came out. That was like one of the best movies ever for
See,
me.
I love Bad Boys. It was a movie for it's a movie for young males. Think about it. I mean,
Yeah.
you guys know the things that I like. Like what are my what are my hobbies, right? What are the things that I'm into, right?
I was about to get real ignorant. It was like smoking, shooting,
No, yeah, no, say it,
and
Cars.
business.
dude.
Cars and business.
I smoke fine. I'm really into cigars and whiskey. I love cars, right? Okay,
Shooting
guns,
gun.
fashion, clothing. I like jewelry. I mean, like, in all these different. I mean, like, look at I mean, like, as a kid in high school, right? All the things that are all those cool macho things. Like, I mean, like, Bad Boys had it all, and
Yeah.
it was just a glorious bit of excess. You have
Right.
a Miami-Dade detective driving a Porsche,
Yeah.
right,
And then
and
man,
wearing high fashion clothing and carrying, and the weapons he was carrying are not department issued, right? They're
right.
expensive, way more expensive than than anybody else, right? And how do they
Yeah.
do it? He's a trust fund kid. He's a rich kid
Yep.
who wanted to be a cop, right?
Yep.
That's how they wrote it in, right? That's why they were able to. That car in that movie is to this day referred to as the Bad Boy 911.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very specific year of the 911 Turbo that is incredibly valuable. It's the last year of the water cooled. I'm sorry, it's the last year of the air cooled rear engine 911s.
That was Michael Bay's My 911 too.
Was that his car?
That was his car.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
I hope he
yeah.
kept it. So there's that, and it also had that Cobra. Okay,
Uh-huh.
that
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
two of the
yeah.
greatest cars of the. I mean, like, they have a 911 Turbo up against. It's like a young man's dream
Yeah.
to watch a 911 and a Cobra, like, basically drag race, right? With
Yeah.
guns.
Yeah. I like our favorite thing we say all the time is like, is you a cop or you a model? That's like, yeah, and like even like when you just thinking about that, I was like, man, that ending scene actually did not make any type of sense, but
No,
it made sense though.
I mean, like,
Which
it.
would
But
never happened in real life.
remember that that's the time where the writing room didn't really have consultants, like real cops to tell them how things. I mean, just think about it. Think about the scenes from Beverly Hills Cop. I mean,
Hmm.
those are all ridiculous. I mean,
Oh, ridiculous.
absolutely
True.
ridiculous scenes, right? But Michael Bay. I mean, think about it. Michael Bay is the kind of, like, real directors, the same way that real directors, they they denigrate superhero movies.
Hmm.
Who was it? Was it Scorsese, or was it who was it? Who basically is one of the. It was either Scorsese I think it was Scorsese. Scorsese said that superhero movies aren't movies.
Get out of here,
That's what he
Scorsese.
said. I mean, like, that's, or they're not. Yeah, they're not movies. Like, those aren't real movies. That's his thing, right?
Man.
But this is the thing. So people look down on the Marvel movies. They look down on the Michael Bay movies. And when I say people, I'm talking like artistic directors, like the great directors of our generation, right? Like some of the greatest directors of all time. Like, think about it. Who are the great directors? Scorsese is one of them, right? Martin
Yeah.
Scorsese is definitely an incredible director. The dude wins
What you gonna say,
Oscars.
Coppola?
Coppola is another one. So let's count up these directors who have, like, multiple Oscars. Scorsese, Coppola. Who else is in that category? I guess Woody Allen too, but we don't talk about him anymore. But he is.
Yeah.
He's racked up Oscars, right?
The,
Okay.
Quentin Tarantino.
Tarantino, that's another one. I'm forgetting him. Tarantino's another one, right? These are basically, they're viewed as auteurs, right?
Yeah.
They're that kind of director. Okay, and
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
these are the kind of guys who win Academy Awards for their studios, right? Okay,
Hmm.
and these are the guys who look at these movies and say, "Oh, this." I mean, like, these aren't real movies. They're just. I mean, like, they're like, I don't even know what they would think of them as, right? But if you sat in on a studio meeting, okay, with all, I mean, like, if you sat in with producers, right? Would a producer rather win an Academy Award? Or no, actually, would a young producer rather win an Academy Award? Would a young producer rather produce Avengers Endgame? Okay, Academy Award winning movies. We're talking winning Best Picture. We're not talking about, like, best costume or something like that. We're talking about Best Picture. Endgame made $1 billion. That single movie made $1 billion in worldwide
Yep.
gross, or billion plus. One of the highest grossing movies of all time, right? producers are paid based on results.
Hmm.
That's a multi million-dollar payday for the people who put that thing together.
Yep.
Okay. Most Oscar winning movies have budgets that are a fraction of a blockbuster.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
what the only one who has like big budget movies that be winning Oscars is what Cameron.
James Cameron, yeah, James Cameron. And even then, he doesn't make that many movies.
He doesn't. I mean, it's like
Very
I think what
limited.
he
Like
10.
And the thing about his movies, like Avatar, was and those are kind of unique standout movies. They're a little bit different because
Yeah.
it is an action movie really, but it's just because it's so innovative the way he made it,
Yeah.
right?
But I mean, Titanic. I still remember Titanic and the wave Titanic had. I still remember. I was in sixth grade, and I remember half the class they was like, "Oh, what y'all want to see? Y'all want to see Titanic or U.S. Marshals?" I was like,
Was that the same time?
that was at
Yeah,
the same time.
It was
I
Wesley
just remember.
Snipes.
I remember because we went to the. That's when City Walk had just built, and I
That's
remember they was like.
right.
And I remember we was going, and they was like, "What y'all want to watch? I want to watch Titanic or U.S. Marshals." Everybody went and saw Titanic. I went and saw U.S. Marshals because I was like, "What? I'm about to watch Wesley Snipes. I ain't about to watch. I don't even know what this movie's about."
You're
But
walking
I
in,
remember it was,
you're walking to your Marshalls in your head. You're thinking, always bet on black. You know,
yeah, man. I remember when we came out there, I was like, "Dang, that movie was long." I was like, I came out, I was like, "Man, that movie was good." I still remember that was one of the best movies I ever seen in my life. I wasn't about to watch. I still and Titanic. Titanic. We talk about me being narcoleptic, and I have not seen the full Titanic. I always fall asleep during
the
it.
thing about
I'm not
Titanic,
saying that's not good.
see, the thing about Titanic, this is a funny thing. So a lot of these Oscar-winning now they are making longer, longer movies now, but a lot of these Oscar-winning movies, there's a lot of problems that come with it, right? You get some crazy big director, and they have they have final edit. Basically, they control the whole thing because of the director they are. Studio has
Yeah,
very little control. If they want to make a 3.5, 4 hour movie, a la Dune, they can, right? And the biggest problem with a 3 or 4 hour movie is that it limits the number of times it can be run in a day,
true.
which highly impacts ticket
But
sales.
but I ask this, how much lifespan can you have from a viewer watching a 3 to 4 hour movie?
What do you mean lifespan from a viewer?
Are they gonna get tired of watching the movie? Because
Well, it
a
depends.
movie that lasts over 2 hours, it gets kind of antsy.
Well, no, it depends. I mean, see, the reason why they make it so long is that they want to tell a certain story in a certain way, right? And I mean, that's why they're the directors they are, right? They have a vision for it, right? But everything aside, it's not the reason why a 3 hour movie is so disruptive to the industry is not because of because I mean I would easily sit through a 3 hour movie,
Really?
right? Yeah, easily. Yeah, no
I
problem.
can't easily
I
sit
can
through no.
the dude you guys have seen me you guys have seen me sit here in a conversation while you guys have gotten up several times to go to the bathroom. I've never gotten up, right? I can
Right.
hold. I don't have to go, right? But thing is that why it is disruptive is because movies when they're in theaters make money from ticket sales, right?
Right.
If you can't get 5 showings out of a film, then you're not going to make as much money back. Even if all okay, so if your movie is awesome, right? And you can pack your theater every single time. And I've seen it. I've seen movies that have filled the theaters every single showing for the first couple of weeks. I've seen that, right? The more showings it has, the more money it makes. It's not about how many minutes it was up on the screen. It's how many individual showings there were, right?
Mhm.
So the 3 hour movie doesn't get as many showings, and so it makes a lot less money. Now Titanic, so there's a thing they call it having legs. When a theater, when a and having legs is beneficial to the movie theater itself, not the studio. The longer the movie stays in the theater, the greater the percentage of the ticket sale belongs to the theater.
True.
Okay, so when it first comes out, the theater has a small take in it compared to the studio. So the it's almost like an amortization schedule for loans, right? In the beginning of an amortization schedule, the greater part is interest. Principal gets a little bit. As you get towards the end of the amortization period, interest is very very tiny, almost non-existent, and principal is the entire payment, right? The payment stays the same, right?
Mhm.
That's how a movie is. In the beginning, it's mostly the studio getting paid from the ticket sale. And the longer it stays, the more of that ticket sale belongs to the theater. So that's where Titanic made theaters a ton of money in the 90s because it
Mhm.
stayed in theaters for like a year or longer.
It was like when that day when we went and saw like Titanic was already in the movie theaters for a
Mm-hmm.
while. I still like U.S. Marshals was new,
Mm.
but everything like Titanic was already being ranted and raved about. It was always tons of commercials already.
Yeah.
So like I still didn't want to see
It
it.
stayed there forever. So it did event mean like, that's one of those rare instances where a super long movie can make the studio and the theaters a whole lot of money. But you don't see that very often. A super long movie that can stay in theaters for a year. This doesn't happen.
Nah,
Or,
I mean,
or
because most
almost,
of them are like long for no reason.
or even any movie can barely stay in theaters because everything nowadays goes straight to streaming.
Right.
The way things are now, it's very different now. But how we get there? Oh yeah. So when you look at it, when you get somebody like Scorsese versus somebody like Michael Bay, right?
Hmm.
The studio, I mean, when it comes to the numbers as an investor, which one would you like? Whose movies get bigger budgets? Right? Michael Bay movies get huge budgets. Right? They're willing to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a Michael Bay movie because it'll make billions when it comes out. Right? Same thing with Marvel movies. They'll spend hundreds of millions on those things because they'll make $1 billion when it comes out.
Hmm.
Okay? They would
Well, not
never.
anymore.
Yeah, things are changing. Well, because they messed with the formula.
Yep.
Okay? But because studios lost sight of what was important. Studios lost sight of profits.
Yeah.
When a business loses sight of profits, something goes wrong in the way that they
Yeah.
do things, right? When you're a business that's there to make money, and especially if you're publicly traded, and your stock is, I mean, investors want their investment to pay off. They don't really care that you're trying to make change in the world. They basically, it's like they bought your stock so that they can earn from your stock. They didn't
Right.
buy your stock to help fund you to change the world,
Hmm.
right? And so yeah, so Disney Marvel has plummeted in quality because they've lost sight of what the fans want.
But you recently said that you saw the Superman movie, right? You said you liked it
That's
though.
not that's not Disney Marvel.
I know. That's DC. I'm just talking about serial movies in general.
Yeah,
You said
yeah.
it was good though,
It's
right?
a different direction. It's lighter. It's lighter.
But it be good though, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And money.
It's designed to be pleasing to the moviegoer. Some people on the far right of things are still dissatisfied with it.
Mm.
Because that's the crazy part. Some people, I guess, Superman makes a statement that he's an alien, and so they're trying. So people on the far right are trying to link that statement to current political events
Yeah,
about
they were. I
immigration.
heard a lot of people saying that. Yeah.
That's not. I don't believe that that's what it's meant to mean. I don't think that's what it means. I saw it in theaters, and I don't think that's what he meant. I don't really, yeah, maybe he's trying to build. Maybe he's trying to play for empathy, but I don't think that was specifically. It wasn't heavy handed. It wasn't like I didn't see it that way, so it didn't bother me. If
I
even
mean,
even if you meant it that way, it didn't bug me because it was ambiguous enough that I didn't feel like I was being preached to.
I feel you. I gotta go see it because it's like I said, man. Like I have arguments with people about. I really like the Henry Cavill Superman.
I do too.
I thought that was the greatest Superman
Yeah,
ever
me
because
too.
I've seen the older ones.
Me too. I think that he was the greatest. I mean, like it was awesome. I liked the direction that it took. I mean, if you look at comic books, DC comic books especially,
Mm.
I'm making all comic books. There are so many different versions of characters. Like there's so many comic books where Wolverine's the main character. and they're written and drawn by different people.
Yeah.
And same thing with Batman. There's so many different Batman stories that are out there. If you look at the different things that these different writers have had Batman do, there's no way that Batman did all this stuff because he'd be like 300 years old. He did, he did so many things. Like I was watching one, not watching, I was reading one where Batman goes to some small southern town on the anniversary of a crime every year to remind this person who got away with the crime that he knows what happened. Right? Dude, how can Batman, and there's a bunch of different things like that. Dude, Batman's like booked every day of the year going out there reminding people of what they did. Way
Yeah,
too much
that's true.
stuff, right?
It's a
I
vacation.
remember what you did last summer.
Yeah, that's what it's like. And so what's crazy is that, there's the DC, the Henry Cavill version of Superman and that same universe version of Batman, that's the dark, gritty version of those characters. And there are comic books that are like that.
Yeah.
The one that you're gonna go see, the one that's with this Corin Sweat guy, that is the more uplifting, comic-y version of Superman.
Mm-hmm.
The costumes are brighter colored. They're more comic book looking.
You got the underwear outside.
Yeah, he's got trunks. Like he's got the underwear on the outside. Yeah, I really don't want to see that version of Batman.
What was underwear outside?
I don't want to see
yeah,
Batman
they
with
did
the
that
underwear
away
on the outside.
a while ago.
That's gonna be, oh man. Anyway, so yeah, that's this version of Superman, and it is a fun to watch movie. It is lighter, it's more colorful. The characters are designed to be less powerful. Put it that way. Superman gets his ass kicked a couple different times.
Dang.
Yeah, I mean, the Superman that we're used to is untouchable, right? I mean, pretty much.
He was a god on earth.
If he wanted to, he could fly directly. I mean, I'm assuming this. If he really wanted to, he can get a flying start, like he can fly out to our sun, and just fly full speed and fly through our planet and destroy it. Probably.
Right.
I mean,
right.
you get the feeling that Henry Cavill Superman could do that, right? If Henry Superman, if he wanted to, he could put the moon out of orbit and screw the planet, right?
Yeah.
This
When he told the general to stop playing games with him, I felt that. I was like, man, you better stop playing games with Superman. You tripping.
This new Superman is way less powerful. And I guess making him less powerful, I guess, it makes the threats against him feel more real. Because, only limited numbers of people can go toe-to-toe with the other Superman.
Right.
Like the ones who can go toe-to-toe with him, they're from his planet. Or it's like Doomsday.
Another dimension.
So another dimension, like a god level. You got to be god level to be able to go up against a Superman, right?
Yeah.
So making him less powerful makes it easier to believe that, Mr. Freeze could even try to go up against him. Right. So it's not like, Batman's a guy in a suit, right? Any supervillain can go up against Batman, right?
Yeah. I forgot. Yeah, shoot. Batman caught the fade with Superman. He was on Superman's behind.
Well,
he wasn't Ben Affleck was not having it.
Yeah, and that's based on the comic series The Dark Knight. It's called The Dark Knight. Or is it Dark Knight Returns? Anyway, I got them here somewhere. And the reason why he can do that is because Superman's weakened anyway. So Superman diverts a nuclear missile, and in the resulting explosion, the sun gets blotted out, and he's weakened, and he's not up to full strength. And on top of that, Batman's hitting him with synthetic kryptonite.
Oh yeah.
So he's weakening him down. He has to take him down a couple notches to be able to fight him, and he's wearing that crazy armor.
Right.
So yeah,
Affleck was ready for him.
That was a fun fight. I got to admit, I enjoyed that. I've been waiting for that for like most of my life, because I had that comic book as a kid, and I'm looking at it. When I say a kid, I must have been 17 or 18. And I'm looking at it going, I'm watching Batman fight Superman. It's like, that's awesome.
Right.
And in the comic book version of that, Batman's wearing the crazy ass armor, and it's and is powered by the New York City power, well, not by the Gotham City power grid. He's actually plugged into the street lamp.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
I mean it's true.
and it is
I
pretty
mean,
cool. It was cool,
I mean,
but
but the I guess one of the things, I mean, we can probably kind of start moving on to health. I think one of the things about the last Superman and even the Batman, they were jacked, they were ripped.
they were.
Like Ben Affleck, like I
He
remember watching,
worked.
he was really training to catch the fade with Superman. He was ready,
Yeah,
and then Superman, like Henry Cavill, looked like a Superman.
yeah,
Like he did not look normal. It looked
yeah.
like
He
it
was
was like
big. Henry Cavill's a big dude. I mean,
why are you cut like this?
yeah, no, but that's the funny thing. He wasn't cut. The suit helped him to cut. Henry Cavill's just big. You know,
Mm,
he's not all chiseled. By
mm,
no means is he out of shape or flabby, but he's a realistic body type he can strive towards. Right? He's not super low
mhm.
body fat. That's what's awesome about him. Yeah, but we'll transition to the fitness stuff. But okay, so to finish out the Charlie Kirk thing, so we were just talking about movies and the fact that, you know, why we transitioned there was because of, like, you know, we're talking about people's beliefs, right?
Right.
And there's left, there's right, there's, I guess, center. I like to think that our beliefs, the three of us, we're more practical. I mean, like, you know, we live in a real world where we believe certain things and not other things. Some things just don't work in my daily life, right?
Mm,
Some beliefs just don't work in my daily life. Um, and so, I mean, and I'm not going to be all, and you can believe something that I don't, and most things that I believe and don't believe in don't matter that much to me, right? I can,
yeah.
you know, you can harbor a completely opposing belief, and it doesn't make me look at you any different, right? I don't care.
Right.
It's like, yeah, you don't believe in, like, the same way I believe about, like, I don't know. I don't. I mean, for me, like, you know, the whole, like, abortion thing, you do what you want, right? If you believe in it, that's your right to believe in it and do it. If you don't, that's your right too. I
Yep.
don't think you have the right to tell anybody else. See, the only thing you can tell somebody is what is legal in their jurisdiction.
Mm,
So if we lived in a place where it's illegal, our discussion would be, yeah, I know you believe that um, okay, so let's say we lived in a place where it was illegal, right? The discussion would be, I know that you believe in the right to choose, but here it's not legal, right? If you want to exercise your right to choose, you got to go somewhere and live somewhere and become a citizen of somewhere. That is
you live
what
in that
is
place.
legal, right? That's the way it should be, right?
Yep.
And you shouldn't create something so that, I mean, like, you know, if it's legal in Connecticut and illegal in California, people getting procedures done in Connecticut should be Connecticut
Citizens.
residents, not citizens, residents, right?
Oh, residents. Yeah,
It's
I'm
the
sorry.
same way you can't come to California and attend our community college, our community colleges for free. Free community college attendance is for residents only. So if
Residents
you're
only.
from Texas, you can't just come to California for free college. It doesn't work that way. You got to
Mhm.
establish residency for a period of time, then you can get that. Okay, but and that's why, like, you know, I'm not sure if California does this, but people in Texas were complaining because uh, in states where abortion's not legal,
Mhm.
people from those states can come to California and get it done immediately. They don't have to. I mean, you when you come here to try to go to school, they won't let you because you're not a resident. But when you come here to do a procedure like that, like, boom, here you go, let's do it. It's weird how certain things applies in one area than others, right? Maybe it's because it's an elective procedure that you're paying for. Could be
Mhm.
that. But from what I understand, you know, I mean, that could be the reason, right? Who knows? But I can see why somebody from Texas with a conservative belief would be upset that their kids can come to California to have that done without them even being told.
Yeah.
No, I totally disagree with that either. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like I don't know.
Like I mean,
Like
like as a parent, you have control over these kids to a certain age, right?
right,
If they're not of age, they got to have my consent for everything,
true.
right?
And I ain't being too personal about it, but I had like a conversation like that recently where it was just like I don't care. I'm going to teach my kids regardless. You know, of course I teach um having, getting married and doing the right thing and then having kids.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
the ideal situation.
Yeah, don't have kids out of just with random people, pretty much. And if you having kids with random people, you have to get ready to just face those consequences. It's not just getting rid of somebody who really had no choice in the matter. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But not going too politically into it because like you just said, like I think going far left or far right or even being on the right or the left is kind of just one sided. You got to
Hmm.
think center. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
why I think when we talk about like we just talking common sense, it's
Hmm.
just common sense. There's places where it allows that. We live in a state that allows that. Well, if it allows that, I can't do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? I have to, it is the rules.
Yeah.
All I can do is teach my kids or even with my lover have what I'm saying, like we have to have certain protocols, we have to have conversations, and you have to have certain sexual discipline. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Like you don't want to be in those situations where you're getting rid of your kids. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But there are, because it's one of the things like trust me, I've had tons of conversations about this. There are certain situations where abortions are um I ain't gonna say prohibited, but are like they are needed. You know what I'm saying? I understand there are, but that's like a small fraction of it. There's some people who are using abortion as birth control.
Yeah. Yeah. I get that. Yeah. And, yeah. That's yeah. That's where it gets. That's where it gets. Yeah. It's true. People. I also don't think that it should be used as. It's not. It shouldn't be the. It shouldn't be your default method of not having kids,
Yeah.
right? I mean, of course, there's protection in a variety of ways, right?
Mhm.
There's the protection that you can use that prevents not that attempts to prevent not just conception but also disease transmission, right? There's that kind of
Yeah.
prevention. Then there's the prevention that is specifically for birth control, right? Pills, injections, and insertables, whatever, right? There was a wide variety of those things, right? Then there's then there's some common sense, but and then there's also, of course, you got your plan B, right?
Yeah.
There's that too, right? But getting to the point, and I know that there are people who do use abortion as just that, pretty much as a method of
Birth
birth
control.
control,
Yeah.
right? Why they're not, and I could see using it as if you are using the other methods, and because none of those methods are 100% guaranteed, right? That's why you kind of stack them up, right?
Hmm.
They're not 100% guaranteed, and if something happens and gets by it, and it's just not the right time in life for you, I
Hmm.
can see that as maybe a reason why you went ahead and go for that. But it shouldn't be something that happens to you a ton of times, right? If
Right.
if you're actively taking precautions and this is happening to you like once or twice a year, something is definitely wrong with either your precautions or your lifestyle. I mean, like, well, that's just not. I mean, how is that possible that you're on that somebody's on birth control, you're using contraception, and this is happening multiple times yearly? Who's that unlucky?
Nah, it goes back to what I'm saying. This is generation Y in. It don't matter. Like I'm telling, I mean, I know people always talk like this, but I just feel like I'm just telling you, like when I had my son, I told like because I never thought about birth. It wasn't until I went through birth, right, where I'm like, I'm just breaking it down to the most simplest aspects of it. I had sex and created a person, and this person came out and grows up. Like it's like it was one of the most mind blowing experiences to me, to where I could, when I started to really think about it, right? Because before I had kids, I never thought about this type of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute, there's people out there in the world that have kids that weren't in the delivery room to see their kids get delivered. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about in the man's aspect of it.
Hmm.
There's really men like that. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I mean, I
Like,
get I think Quentin and I understood you were talking about the men's asset because most mothers would have to be in the delivery room at the
oh yeah,
time.
yeah, 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 yeah. And I'm talking about the men's aspect. For me, like I was like, dang, there's men that don't experience that, because like I remember they told me like, oh, the first day, like the first day of your child being born, that first night, it's a rush. It's like, oh, like for me, it was a rush. It was like, oh my God, he's alive, he's crying, and I have to take care of this thing. I have to take care of him. I named him. He's like me, and it's just like I have to raise this child. And I started thinking about that. I was like, dang, there's fathers that never seen their kids,
Yeah.
that didn't experience this. Like, what kind of person are you? Like, who raised you? You know what I'm saying? Like, who taught you this process?
Well, I mean,
You know?
remember there's differences both in generational thinking and
Uh,
also in cultural stuff, right?
right,
Like, and we've talked about this, right? Okay. So my son's my stepson. I mean, like, um, he's not my biological kid, so I wasn't around the time when he was created and delivered, right? But
right.
where I come from at the time, remember I was in the Philippines, right?
Yeah.
It's a totally different place there, right? So let's talk beyond the first year or two. Let's talk into like let's talk in the 2 or 3 year old range, right?
Okay.
Your involvement. Your son's how old now again? I keep forgetting.
My son's
Is
7.
he 7 already? Dang. Okay.
Yeah.
You're very involved. You're very involved with your son's life, right? See, remember, you're a younger
Very.
father. You're a
Mm-hmm.
father of now, right?
Yeah, I'm
So
following that.
you're involved in a lot of the things that he does,
Yeah.
right? Um, things are, and in the U.S., younger fathers have been taught to be involved like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you go a generation back or two back, it's different, right? And
Mm-hmm.
in other parts of the world, it's also still different,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, okay, so I know that like right now at 7, you take your son to karate every Thursday, right?
Every
Every
Thursday.
Thursday, does he go surfing with you when you go surfing? Sometimes.
Well, the last time we went surfing, we took a class together.
There you go. You have classes together. I mean, like you're involved in that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
we about to do soccer. We do
Okay.
homework.
There you
I
go.
I feed him. I do all that with my son.
Okay. So okay. So when my son was 7, okay, I was in Asia still, right? I was in the Philippines, right? So you guys know I was subcontracting there for quite a while, right? In the Philippines, life's different. Like I mean, like in the Philippines, I wasn't making crazy money, but I was making U.S. equivalent salaries over there, and that's what they do to get you there. They pay you at like a U.S. equivalent salary, and what you earn over there is a crazy number compared to a local, right? So the
Mm,
lifestyle is just nuts, right?
mm,
So for a period of time, so I was running security for Guess Jeans during the early part of things, and then I had my own company, and and then I had the Handlebar. I established the biggest biker bar in Southeast Asia, right? And
mm,
we built the building up. So I was running that thing, and the I was almost non-existent in my son's life, right?
mm,
I've never fed my son ever.
mm,
I've never changed his clothes, never given him a bath, right?
mm.
We had help for that. Even my wife. My wife didn't do a lot of that stuff either
Uh,
because we had household help. Everything we had. All those things were taken care of by our people,
mm,
right? And that's the way things are over there, right? I know a lot of Filipino mothers over there whose husbands make good money. They just gamble all day long. It's like looking at a nurse who retires here. A lot of my nurse relatives who retire in the U.S., they
yeah.
spend all their time in Pachanga. They have a lot
I
of
see
extra
that.
money, and they just go watch shows, eat good food, and gamble all the time and buy bags. It's what they do, right?
Ah,
And this is what women with money in the Philippines do when they're young,
hmm.
right? My wife didn't even have a driver's license until she came to America,
Mm.
right? So that's
Didn't have to
she
drive.
didn't have to drive. I mean, like, that's not the way that things were there. I mean, like, we have people, we have household help, we have people specifically to take care of children, right? Then there's
Hmm.
people whose responsibilities are cooking and cleaning. And then there's guys who work. I mean, we call them house boys. They're there to run errands and to lift things. There's and then there's you have drivers. There's all sorts of stuff like that in the Philippines. So it's a totally different world, right? And
Yeah.
most of my friends there, my Filipino friends, they're raised that way. People raised with money, raised by their help. My cousin went to med school in the Philippines, and he had a domestic helper carrying his bags for him at school. Imagine that. You're in college, you're in med school, and you've got essentially what is we call them yaya. It's your baby, like what's the term here? Nanny. You have your nanny still with you, carrying your bags and your lunch at school, like answering your phone calls.
Uh,
Okay, that's the
I
kind.
mean,
It's weird. I mean, it's different than here. Could you imagine? Raymond? Could you imagine never taking your son anywhere because you're out doing whatever? I mean, like, and the thing was, and for me, it's this is gonna sound terrible, and and I've told you guys in a lot of ways, I'm just a terrible father, right? That's what I am, right? I'm just because Handlebar is the biggest biker bar in that country and in all of Southeast Asia. My job was to appear as the sole owner to the public, and I was there entertaining people every night. My job was to be there and make sure everyone has a good time, be the sole owner in public, and drink with everybody.
you're right.
So that's what I did. I mean, I drank my ass off and smoked like a freaking chimney every single night, entertaining and partying with all my guests in Handlebar. Right, that was my job. Was
Right.
to be
Mm-hmm.
that guy. My job was to be the American bar owner in the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's the job. And I ride. I mean, I'm on a motorcycle. Like it's the craziest thing. I take there's several different bikes that are like I can choose bikes to go home with. I mean, it's the coolest job for a guy who's 30 something years old. Like I was like 31, 32. It's the
Uh,
most awesome job in the world, right? You get paid to party,
right.
right? And you're the owner of this big ass cool bar, and they're filming stuff inside it, and it's awesome, right? And that's so instead of raising my kid myself, that's what I was doing, right?
Right.
Getting up relatively late, but I still got to. I mean, part of this thing is you own the big biker bar, so you got to be in shape. So I'm still working out, right? Drinking my
Mm.
ass off, but still working out because you're required to wear leather pants and an open shirt the whole time, right? So that's life, right? Waking up real late, trying to get a workout in if you can, and then going off to basically watch inventory in the bar and party later on.
Yeah. I mean, I get it from that aspect because it was like, before we got on stream, I stopped into the I think I've told you about this liquor store where it has
Oh, with the burger guy.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So now the burger got gone. I think I
Oh,
told you he fizzled out, and I
okay.
knew he was gonna fizzle out, right? So now they got a taco and burrito stand, right? And I think that's gonna fizzle out because I've walked in there probably over a month and they haven't started yet.
Oh,
So,
so it's been a
so
coming soon thing the whole time.
it's been a coming soon thing for over a month.
Oh wow, they ain't coming anytime.
So I talked to one of the guys in there. He was a younger guy. Usually, yeah, I talked to the younger guy my age. And I'm like, man, what's up with your people back there? He was like, yo, this is the new owner. We hope we're gonna start. And I'm like, bro, you think they because I was like, I like y'all first people. I already knew they was making bread because I just told him this is the longest conversation I've had with this guy. I was like, I remember when I first started coming in here. When I noticed that y'all had somebody in there, I knew that they was making money. when this new guy came in, I knew he was gonna fizzle out. He was like, yeah, because he was like, he brought up the fact of this guy, like the liquor store opens at like 7 in the morning.
Okay.
This guy wasn't opening until noon.
Wait, so
So
so these guys running food are not the owners of the liquor store. They're
no, they're vendors inside the
okay.
liquor store.
Got it.
The spot for food, they're charging $3,000 a month for it
Okay.
because they told me the price. It was like they're charging $3,000 a month for it, and they said like the first guy, like I said, like he reminded me of me because he came in there and he was me, but like a little bit less business acumen. He came in there trying to do too much. The
Okay.
people who was there before were selling tacos and burritos.
Okay.
You're supposed to come in there and do the same thing. Tacos, burritos, probably add a little bit extra to it. He was doing tacos, burritos, fried chicken,
Oh.
chicken tender, burgers, fries, like everything. Where it was like, bro, it's only like he started off with a worker, saw the worker fizzle out, then you start seeing him fizzle out, and then it was just like it went from there where I'm like, okay, this guy gonna be gone. He was eventually gone. Now we got these new people where I'm like, he telling me that it's the owner of like the auto shop up the street. And I'm
Oh.
like, if they haven't started yet, they probably gonna fizzle out. And I told him, I was like, bro,
Oh,
I
are
have
they
my
paying rent already?
yeah, they're paying rent already.
Okay.
Like I like cause we had like a little moment where he was like, these people don't understand you need to be in here. It's more to being an entrepreneur than just saying you're opening up a business.
Yeah.
Because what I learned, and tying it back into the kids situation, because my son was a big reason why I left my restaurant. There's other reasons, but that was a contributing factor because our friend Lonzo told me before I got the restaurant, man, you ain't gonna see your son unless he got a broom.
Hmm.
You take that restaurant, and it was true. It happened. I
Yeah.
remember my mom came when I'm like months deep into it. And she was like, "Man, your son miss you." You know what I'm saying? I'm like, "Dang," you know what I'm saying? And that it contributed to it. And I was telling them, I was like, I would like, I thought about taking the spot. $3,000, that's light work. I can get $3,000 to take your spot and make the same money that probably way more than I'm making. Because I know if it costs $3,000, I know I'll probably make a good 10 in there. So but I already know the factor of it. Like it's just with kids and business, it just don't mix. Especially in a business like that, it's
Yeah.
like a trap house. I gotta be in there all day, every day,
Hmm.
for at least 10 to 12 hours out the day, in order for me to make my profit. If
Yeah.
I want to make $10,000 a month, I need to be in there at least 10 hours a day.
Yeah. And that is the thing. I mean, like, and that's why I mean, in a lot of entrepreneurship scenarios, that's how it is, right? That's why it's
It
tough.
is,
It's tough to be an entrepreneur and have a have a balanced home work life.
Well,
man.
especially brick and mortar.
Yeah, and especially add on top of this, my girlfriend ain't no stay-at-home girl. My
Hmm.
girlfriend's a freaking doctor. So
Yeah.
she's already doing 10, 12 hours herself. So it's like it just wasn't gonna work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Even when we was co-parenting, it just wasn't working. You know what I'm saying? So even with us together, like it kind of irks me to walk inside that liquor store. I already said I was gonna stop doing the liquor store anyway. But it was just like me going in there, it's always like a temptation. Like
Yeah.
you can have this spot to make your bread. You already know what's up. It's light work. Like it's so easy for me to be successful in that spot. It's crazy because it's like this is my hood.
Yeah.
Like I will have this thing cracking every single day. You know what I'm saying? If I was in here and I'm taking your customers gonna love me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if you able to make your money inside this liquor store, I'm gonna make this money inside this liquor store.
For
All
sure. I
right.
mean that there, yeah, having a work life balance is tough, especially in America. Now overseas it's a little bit different. I mean, but the thing is though, even there, like, could I have had a different work life balance? Probably. Because the thing is that do I really need to be at the handlebar that often? Not really. I mean, like in a lot of okay, so in a lot of ways, my function is like window dressing,
Hmm.
right? because it was a corporation owned the bar, right?
Uh,
There were many of us involved in that group, but we wanted to look like a mom and pop scenario. We wanted to be a local place. We didn't want to be a TGI Fridays. We didn't
oh,
want to
really?
we didn't want to be a corporate situation. We wanted it to be like a locally owned biker bar. That's
All
what we
right.
wanted to be, right? And someday when we get in was it we're going there in what 27, right? When we go
Yeah.
there, you'll see it. It's still there, right? And it's really authentic looking and it's really authentic feeling, which is one of
Mm.
its which is one of its detracting points. It feels and looks too authentic. It's intimidating for non bikers.
Mm.
Even bikers who are weekend riders feel intimidated going there because it feels like walking into somewhere like the Hells Angels would go to.
Oh, I see what you're
That to
saying.
me has a very outlaw feel to it,
Like
right?
I shouldn't even go in this place.
Yeah, it's one of those places where it's like, oh man,
It's the last place I need to be
yeah,
in.
like
Yeah. We got biker bars in Compton that's like that.
something like that has that kind of a feel, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to no bar in
Yeah. So you go there and you're looking around. So you kind of when I describe Handlebar to most people, they have Hard Rock Cafe in their minds with bike stuff instead of musical stuff. They have they're thinking, oh, it's like Knott's Berry Farm is the Wild West. This is a like a Disneyland biker bar. That's what they're thinking when they hear it.
yeah.
And then when they
But you
get
didn't want that though.
and
You
then
you
when you
could have
get
you could
there,
have been like a Hard Rock
oh, we
Cafe
could have
because
definitely, and that's the funny part. That's how we were talking about it, and when we built it, and that was my contribution in it. I'm of the people. I'm the American involved, right? The
uh,
other guy, the other people involved are from Great Britain, the Philippines. They're all Australia. I'm the American who's been to actual biker bars here. They
mm,
wanted it to feel like an American roadhouse, right?
yeah,
And I mean, like when we talked about it, the kind of inspiration they have for it is like in their minds they saw the kind of place that has a stage with chicken wire around it, so that the bottles don't get thrown at the people on the stage.
oh yeah,
that,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
in their
yeah.
minds. It's like it's like that kind of a place, right? Because that's what they saw in movies,
That
Right.
right?
was it. Fly though.
Right.
Right.
And so okay, I'm like okay, so I
I'll let
built it.
people throw stuff
Yeah, so I
just
built
for
it like
it to be
that. I
like
mean,
that.
I built it like the real thing, right? Because I've been to the real things, and yeah, I ride motorcycles, right? So I've been to the real things. I've been around those people, right? And so it really is 100% authentic, right? In that feel, and it's a little bit too authentic. And considering the kind of people that were going there, I mean, like my friends, the guys who go there, I mean, like they're all foreign bikers in the Philippines, so a bunch of big white guys riding Harleys, right? So
Mhm.
local Filipinos feel very intimidated going there because everyone is like like a foot taller, 2 feet taller than they are, right? And they're
Mm.
all speaking English, and even wealthy Filipinos feel a bit out of place there. So it's kind of not as inviting as we'd want for the big chunk of the population, right? For like for a bunch of U.S. military guys on taking leave in the Philippines for a week or a month, it's awesome, right? But yeah, but anyway, so but my function really was I'm the public owner, right? I don't do a lot of the inventory itself. People do that. I I'd walk in to supervise. I don't do any purchasing of anything. I supervise. We have an accountant there on premises full time doing all the numbers. I never had to close out tills because the accountant does all that stuff. Right? I look over their numbers. It's weird. I mean, I had very little responsibility other than making sure everything came together and ran smoothly. Right? So yeah, so could I have spent more time? Yeah, but that's not how culture over there works, right?
Mm.
Guys spend time together still. Even when you get married in the Philippines, you still hang out with your bros. That's the way
Right.
things are there. You know, the guys who hung out in my bar with me all night long, every night, have families just like me. And before I ran a bar, I hung out in somebody else's place.
Okay.
That's the way things were. It just that's the culture over there. Okay, uh, it's a very much a boys will be boys kind of a place, and I know in
Hmm.
U.S. culture today that phrase is like it's like that's toxic. Boys will be boys. I mean, but that's the way things are, and that's how things are in other parts of the world. Women all hang out together in over there. So the wives all hang out together, and they do stuff together. They do, I mean, like, they do whatever they pretty much want, right? Their time is their
Hmm.
time. They can do anything they want, right? Yeah. So that's the way things are. And then of course there's times everybody comes together for parties and such, right? But guys have their time, gals have their time. Everybody has their own lives. It's nice. Unlike over here, a lot of times you get married in the U.S. and suddenly pretty much everything's excluded. I mean, like, now it's, I see people get married and then, or get together with a permanent significant other, and they spend 100% of their time, that's all they do is with the other person.
Hmm.
They have no lives outside of each other,
Yeah.
which I don't think is a healthy thing.
No, I don't. Like, hey, my coworker was just asking me the other day, like, when you go places, does your girlfriend be like, no, you can't? I'm like, what? In what world? And I don't do this under her. My girlfriend go to movies by herself and all types of stuff. Most I do be like, where'd you go? You know what I'm saying? And even in a playful manner. But yeah, nah, I don't ever want to be in nothing like that. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
But the thing is, and okay, so let's veer back towards our original Charlie Kirk thing.
Uh,
So young people are being told strange rules. I think young people are more impressionable now than ever. That's what I
yep.
think. Okay,
Super.
yeah, and for us, we got to accept that that's a fact, and for us, that could be a good thing, right?
Right.
We market, right? We create content to make people look at that content. We in essence we benefit from us being able to influence people into decisions.
Hmm.
So
All
the
right.
fact that young people are so impressionable, that's a good thing for us. But we got to. I think people just need to be aware. It's one of those things where it's like if if there's a sign, okay, if there's a if there's a cast iron skillet on a stove with a flame going underneath it, right? And you are even somewhat observant, you probably won't grab it, right? And
No.
if you do and get burned on that first time, okay, maybe you just didn't see it, right? But if you keep grabbing it, that's your damn fault, right? Once you become aware that the pot could be potentially hot and you keep grabbing it, that's your problem. Okay, that's how I look at marketing. You know, it's it's your individual job to understand that marketing is trying to sell you stuff. We're trying to make you into a consumer, right? That's our
Yeah.
job, is to make you consume, right? And if you keep consuming, you should educate yourself about what it is that marketing is trying to do to you, right? You should learn how to spot it, right? You should be able to look at the phone call coming in, answering it, and hearing, "Hey, this is John from Green Solutions," and you should just hang up. They're going to try to sell you something, right? Oh, did you know that you can get a rebate on click, right? They're going to say something to try to sell you something. Okay,
Right.
you should know that rather than take the phone call and get suckered into something. Because if you
Hmm.
take that phone call and get suckered into it, that's your fault.
Vault.
Okay. If you receive a letter in the mail that looks like an official tax form and the fine print on the bottom says this is not an official tax form, that's your fault. Okay. And so impressionable youth. Okay. So this guy.
Hmm.
So let's talk about this. So Charlie Kirk, he led a movement. Okay. At the same time, he's an online influencer. He's a content creator. His
Hmm.
job is to promote a certain way of thinking. Okay. He reaches out and his content promotes a certain way of thinking. Okay. He provides a sensible argument as to why you should think his way. That's what he's trying to do. And he's trying to reach out to young people who possibly haven't had their ideas cemented yet.
Right.
To try to get them to think a certain way. Okay? Because he believes in those certain way of thinking. Well, I assume he does. And that's his job now, is to promote that way of life, that way of thinking. Okay? Now, the guy who is suspected of, I'm not sure what the words that'll get us dinged are. So let's call it unlifing him, or or reverse living him, whatever you. I'm not sure what word will get us.
Took him out.
Took him out. Yeah, the guy who ended him. Okay. His background. Okay, he's 22 years old, I believe. He's 22 years old, I think. A lot of information is coming out about the guy now, and both sides are trying to spin it. But the way I look at him is he's not, and remember, we're talking about this when there's not any real answers yet. All speculation. But he looks to me like somebody who's somewhat confused. I think this is what happened to the guy. From what I know, he comes from a conservative family. His parents are registered Republicans. Okay, his father's in law enforcement. I'm not sure if he's still active, but he's either active law enforcement or he's retired law enforcement. Okay, they're Mormons, from what I understand. They live in Utah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and he grew up with I mean, like, you know, I'm not sure how much money they, but he grew up in a comfortable background. Okay, just like any regular middle American person, he was a firearms enthusiast. His father hunted. Right, a lot of Americans in the middle of this country grow up with firearms. Okay, it's not like the coast. I mean, like in California, when Californians think of firearms, they think of weapons in the hands of criminals, like gang members, or they think
we shooting sideways.
Yeah, shooting sideways, you know, or they think of weapons in the hands of gun enthusiasts who just collect them to have them, right?
Right.
In the rest of the country, guns have a purpose, right? And they're bought and used as such. Okay, so people hunt, and people will argue, who needs to hunt now? I mean, but you know, it's a tradition, and I can see that.
You got to teach your kids how to hunt in Utah.
Yeah,
Get out of here with that.
I mean, like some people learn traditional things, right?
Those are people who don't live in traditional places.
Yeah,
there's places where you need to teach your kids how to do that.
Yeah,
hunting is necessary.
And it's a good skill to have in case everything just hits the fan someday, right?
Yeah, man.
If everything hits the fan someday, you're gonna want people with certain skills around you, and but so that's his background. That's where he comes from. Okay, he was a bright kid in high school. He got some form of a scholarship to go to a good university, and from what I understand, within the first year of going there, he dropped out and he became an electrician's apprentice. Right. And, you know, things changed. See, the pandemic happened to this kid. Right. What year's pandemic? 2019 through
20. I'd just say 2020.
2020. Yeah. So that's only like 5 years. So this kid would have been how old at the time? So he's 22 now. 5 years ago, 17, 18 years old?
Yeah, 17, 18.
Yeah.
16 probably.
Yeah, this thing would have cut right at the end of his high school. Like, he probably wouldn't have walked to graduation. I mean, like people talk about...
He probably didn't walk in his graduation.
Yeah. And so he became isolated, right? He became isolated in a very formative part of his life. Right? Yep. And I'm not sure if you noticed this, but if you watch certain things, and Quentin, I you know, you got to get more involved in watching stuff like reels, and if you get on Facebook and watch reels, or get on Instagram and look, if you watch videos all the way through, and you watch them multiple, you'll start getting more of the same, right? So a kid who has a certain kind of belief might start watching content on a computer or on a phone, and pretty soon he's just getting the same thing thrown at him over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
It can
Understand?
really change the way you think about things,
It does.
right? Or you start playing video games, and when you're playing video games in a sequestered environment, a lot of times you are online playing against other people, and you're talking back and forth. And who's influencing you now, right? You're being influenced by the media that the algorithm decides you need to see because of things you've looked at before,
Right.
right?
Right.
And then now you're online gaming, and people you've never seen, but you know their screen you know the game handles, and it's games where, like, when you take
We
people out in these
shooting at
games,
each
you're
other.
killing each other, and then you're teabagging them after you kill them, right?
Yeah.
So this is what's crazy. So I think that's what I mean. So he became radicalized over time to think differently, and this is what's crazy. So he did inscribe his ammunition with messages, and I found out what they mean. Okay, this is what I found out about the messages. So I think there's three or four shell casings inscribed. He only fired one of them. The others are intact. The one he did fire was still in the weapon because it's a bolt action rifle. So it was still in the chamber. So when the weapon was found, there was the fired casing still in the chamber and 3 unfired casings in the internal magazine underneath it. And he engraved them all with a message, right? So one of them said, "Hey, fascist, catch." Okay, that's one of the messages. And along with that, it was like 2 up arrows, a right arrow, and I forget, there's a certain sequence of arrows. It turns out that is a arrow sequence to unlock some sort of a move in a video game.
Yeah.
It's
I,
called
I
Hell Spawn or
I hate
Hell
to
something.
wait. I gotta just harp on this point because I'm telling you, this is Generation YN, right? These people have never experienced fascism, but
Yeah,
they want to call people fascists. That's why I'm talking about, like, people are just talking about things that they've never
yeah,
experienced, don't know anything about, but are getting truly provoked about it. Like, we asked one of our young co-workers, like, we lived during chickenpox. You even know what chickenpox is? She was like, "What, a chicken pot pie?" And that, I'm telling you, these kids don't know what they're talking
yeah.
about. Like, he don't like he they catch fascists. Charlie Kirk was not no fascist. Like, where does this
Well,
come
okay, so
from?
the video game that comes from, okay,
Uh,
there's there's an element.
but they
Okay,
was killing Mussolini in the video
no,
game.
no, no. It's a video game where it's like it feels very Starship Troopers ish. In
Uh,
Starship Troopers, the good guys, the guys hunting the bugs, it was a fascist government running things. So that's
uh,
that's the kind of feel it had. I mean, like, the video game has it's in a fascist democracy run world. Anyway, so
yeah.
from the way that from his inscriptions, they're all from online games or from memes. Okay, he spends a lot of time on. Okay, so what the other one is a song called Bella Ciao, which has had a resurgence in popularity. It was a song sung by anti-fascists, I think, during World War II in Italy, and now it had a resurgence in memes recently. And then the other one was, this is a weird one. The other one was Notice's Bulge. And then there's this uwu face. And then it has something to do with a furry meme. Okay. So we're not saying the guy's a furry. We're not saying that he is with Antifa. But everything that it's coming from a bunch of different angles, but it's all coming from one place. It's all coming from online gaming or memes. Right? What he believes in is really kind of jumbled. Right? But so more news will come
Sounds like a
out.
YN.
More news will come out, but it seems now, I'm saying this before I verified shit, right? I haven't verified anything, but I believe that this gentleman's roommate is currently transitioning male to female,
Hmm.
and it's been speculated that they're not just roommates.
He was in
Okay,
love.
I'm saying that right now with no proof that they're more than just roommates. I'm saying out
Mhm.
loud that there's speculation that they're more than just roommates. I'm not saying that they are, but there's
Yeah,
speculation.
they wanted to be a trans activist. That's what they wanted to be.
Who knows? So things would come out, right? But you know, he's he's not a far right person. If he was ever a far right person, he's not anymore. He's made he's made a move to something else, and I don't want to say he's a far left person. I'm just going to say he's somebody who's been radicalized and triggered by a bunch of conflicting things, and I see him as a confused person.
He was because I mean they said that they recently had a debate, like a family debate about Charlie Kirk coming to town, and I guess the kid lost the debate.
Mm.
So I can see where he's like, "Fuck you, mom," like for lack of
I'll
better
show you,
word.
mom.
Yeah, for whatever, dad. He's a fascist. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? And where it's like, the whole thing, my thought process and like in my algorithm, right? I have, of course, like one of the things that hit my algorithm during this whole process of Charlie Kirk passing away is people praising his death.
mm.
That's been a hard one to kind of
That's
swallow.
yeah. I mean, regardless of how one feels about somebody, you shouldn't call for their death or praise it at all, right? I memean, like
Yeah.
that's just wrong. There's okay. So people will say that, and that oh, but this guy has pushed for public has put the voice out there that there should be public executions, right? But the thing is that what's a public execution? Is it somebody arbitrarily killing somebody that they don't like? It's
No.
not. It is somebody who was arrested, tried, and convicted and sentenced to death, and rather than kill them, execute them privately, it's going to be done. And in the U.S., that's how it used to be. Executions were public in the past, right? And when I say the past, we're talking like 1890 something, early 1900s. I believe that the people who killed Grover Cleveland, the president of the United States, Grover, he was killed by an anarchist.
Mm.
Okay, and I think that it was a husband and wife scenario. They were both hung publicly.
Mm.
That's how it was done in the past. Executions were public.
And I think if we're saying public execution, it's like me personally, I wouldn't want to see a public execution. I
Oh no,
have enough
yeah, you don't want to
to,
see that. But the thing is,
yeah,
but they act as deterrents. They act as
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It acts where it's like when you see that, you don't want to be like him. You don't want to go out like
yeah.
that guy.
See, the thing is, but I think a person calling for that isn't spewing hate, right? They're they're
It's a
basically,
thing.
they're basically there's some people that believe that human beings won't won't react to anything except for the extremes, right? If you get somebody who is committing crimes, they will continue to commit crimes until you show them something that they're unwilling to accept, right?
Right.
It's like, I mean, people regularly commit crimes, get caught, serve the time, get out, do it again because they can do the time, right? Like, I can take that, and they do it again and until like
Yeah.
they face something that they're unwilling to accept the consequence. I mean, like, oh,
Like cutting off your
like
hand.
I ain't doing that because this could happen, right? This
Yep.
could happen to me, and that's enough that I ain't gonna do this,
Mhm.
right? And there's some people who believe that that is the mentality that you have to be running with. Other people try to look at human beings more favorably and say, "Oh, people aren't like that. You can rehabilitate." I tend to believe, for the most part, yes, there are people who react favorably towards rehabilitation, but not the majority of people.
No.
I think the majority of people need okay, the average person who commits acts that require punishment needs punishment that they refuse to accept
Hmm.
to be able to deter them from committing crime.
True.
A lot of people out there are going to keep doing it until you tell them that something's going to happen that they can't take.
Right.
Right.
That's how I believe. I mean, like, and I guess that's what this with Charlie Kirk, probably that's how he probably looked at people. It's like, you just you hit him with a penalty that scares them enough that they won't do it. If you don't hit them with a penalty strong enough, they'll keep doing it. It's not about, I don't think it's about educating people, because I think that bad people will just do stuff that's bad. Some people are driven there by circumstance, but other people just like shortcuts.
Yeah. Certain people are genuine bad people.
Yeah.
It
And
is what
man,
it is.
even in the white collar world, there are so many people who commit white collar crimes when they have regular jobs, right?
Mhm.
Those are the same thing. They're just bad people too, right?
Right.
Oh,
They're just
that
going
was,
to take a.
it's
They're
like,
going to
oh,
take a
that was
turn.
illegal. you know,
I didn't
Oops.
know that.
Oh,
Lying
my
to
bad.
no.
I had to pay taxes on that. Really? That's like, I just saw a news article. So these, I think this is in Orange County. These twins, they have like an Asian name. They're either going to be Chinese. I heard it in the radio this morning.
Mhm.
They got busted for not reporting over $1 million in taxable income. And no, it's basically it's a felony level thing, right? What they're being busted for. Do you know what they were doing for a business to make that kind of money?
What?
They were booking tea times at all of the at all the golf courses they possibly could, and reselling them for more money.
Oh wow.
It's a common practice. Okay,
That seems very common, but why they didn't pay taxes on it?
because they're stupid. That's
Amen.
they figured that they could get away with it, because it's a business, right?
That was a good business.
It's a
That's the
business.
smartest
I
part
mean,
in a
they
while.
made, I forget. I mean, it's enough from what I understand. It's enough that the numbers may not be right here, but basically, they needed to declare like over $1 million in income that they did not declare.
Says 1.1.
$1 million
1.1 million
in
for
unpaid taxes or in revenue.
in 2022 and 2022 and 23 tax years. 1.1. Kim's nearly 700,000, and combined with their MRI technician jobs, they failed to report more than 1.1 million for 2022 and
There you go.
2020.
So they ran a 7-figure business and didn't say they did it. That's criminal. Okay, that's criminal. Okay, and just the way that they did it, they buying up tea times and then scalping them, right? That actually is against municipal codes. Okay, so that's, as a business, technically it's illegal too, right? It's a white collar kind of illegal, but it's illegal. Definitely not reporting at the IRS is illegal, right? Now these are white collar guys, right? They're criminals. Okay, everything about what they did, it's like the way they made the money, though it seems like some weird loophole, but it's illegal. Okay, they made the money illegally, and then they didn't declare it at all, which is definitely illegal. So yeah, these guys are criminal. Okay, they're gonna keep doing this until they're hit with a penalty that they don't want to get busted back to again, right? And guys like this, I think these guys are going to do time,
Definitely gonna do some time.
right? But the problem is this, is that they might end up in a soft place that allows them to build contacts.
Ooh, they come out super criminals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to come out super white collar criminals, right? That's the
Super
problem.
white collar. They're gonna figure out what they do wrong. Like
Yeah.
it's just like I like. I mean, I don't think he did it, which I'm surprised he hasn't. But we've talked about the drug dealer Big Meech.
Yeah.
Before Big Meech got out, I remember he had a phone call and he was talking about what he was going to do. He was like, "I'm gonna teach kids how to sell drugs, get away with it." And I was like, "Yeah, we don't need him back on the streets."
He's gonna write an "If I Did It" book, right?
Yeah, like man, if you don't, man, get back to jail. Like you know what I'm saying? thankfully, thankfully, because I mean, like he had other little scandals, like of course he had like a welcome home Big Meech concert or something like that, where everybody's like, why are we celebrating this guy getting out of jail? And it just went down the drain.
Yeah.
Where I was like, it should have kind of went down the drain. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that Big Meech shouldn't make money or anything like that. I'm saying that a person like Big Meech, like teach us how not to sell drugs. Teach us how to hustle in different ways. You need to go hustle doing something else, run up a bag, and do the same thing that you were doing on the on the drug side of things. Like this morning, like we talked about the whole Young Thug situation a
Hmm.
couple podcasts ago, right? And I introduced a new character to you guys named Rollo.
Yeah.
Well, Rollo was going crazy on the internet today because he had an interview. This is his first interview, big interview since the whole Young Thug drama, right? Rollo is a person where he went to jail for smuggling pounds of weed on a private jets, right?
Yeah.
Came in, he talked about now he's doing real estate. Pretty much he was racking up pretty much how he was explaining it in the interview today was he was racking up streaming money while he was in jail. He said his streams, and it could be capped, but it's just, I'm just gonna go by what he says. He said that he was getting anywhere between $70,000 to $80,000 a month off of streaming while he was in jail.
Okay.
He was in jail around like 3-4 years. He gets out of jail and he took that a lot of the money that while he was in jail, what he was doing is taking that money and buying and purchasing land. One of the reasons why Rollo is a very interesting character is before he went to jail, he was taking this drug and rap money and he was buying up apartments in the metro Atlanta area,
Okay.
rebuilding them, and he built a compound called Pakistan.
Why is it called
So
Pakistan?
because he converted to being a Muslim.
Okay.
So he converted to being Muslim. He got all of his partners to convert to being Muslim, and they called it Pakistan. They were praying in Pakistan, doing all types of stuff. People were living in Pakistan for free. One of the things that I thought was genius, but him and the cameraman fell out. There was a cameraman that used to be associated with him that will film like a day in the life in Pakistan. So it's like they had a vlog going on in Pakistan.
Good for them.
So he gets out of jail, and now he has the new Pakistan, where it like he showed little bits and clips of it. It looks actually very, very nice. It looks nicer than the first Pakistan. And he just talked about it. He was like, I saw what I was doing in drugs, and he was like, when I applied it to real estate, it's the same thing. And once, like we talked about, like Rollo Young, like Rollo, like 31. So it was like when I saw that, I'm like, that's a redemption story.
Yeah.
Don't talk about like, yeah, you did it, and you're not really trying to glorify it. But let's run it up on this. Because if you can sell drugs, you can sell anything.
I believe that.
When you really think about it.
But let's compare the two. Let's compare. Okay, so let's make sure we get the terminology right. Let's compare Rollo and Big Meech, right?
Uh
Thing is that it is the responsibility of the consumer to be educated, right?
right.
If both of these guys are creating content that they believe will work for them.
Mm,
Okay, now it's the consumer's responsibility to be educated. Big Meech creating how to get away with shit content, right?
well, he didn't make the content.
Or did
I
make
remember he said that while he was in jail. I'm going to make a book. He said I'm gonna teach kids how to sell drugs, and get away with it.
okay.
That's
So
what he
now
said.
now
In the
now that
jail.
he's out now, right? Now that he's out, what's he doing?
I don't know what he's doing. Like to be honest with you, Big Meech kind of fell out of the spotlight. Like I said, he had a welcome home Big Meech concert,
Yeah,
and that went to down the drain.
it went down.
His,
So it flopped.
it flopped, and
That's
then
good. Okay.
but he also had a kind of a partnership with 50 Cent, where 50 Cent had did a TV show on his life, and his son was playing him in the TV show.
Oh,
50 Cent like pretty much turned his back on Big Meech because like Big Meech was doing business with one of 50 Cent's ops, I'll just say, Rick Ross. 50 Cent and Rick Ross don't like each other. Meech was playing both sides. 50 wasn't feeling it. 50 kind of like stopped promoting the show and everything. And I remember that was actually a very I liked that show. BMF was actually a really, really good show to me. But 50 Cent wasn't pushing it no more. Now it ain't nothing.
Okay. So yeah, okay. So if a person can create whatever they want, here's the thing. If it were, see, and this is what I was explaining. I've always explained this, right? As a content creator, you start creating a variety of things to see what people want. Because in the end, what's successful is going to be the thing that you put out that people want to consume,
Right.
right? And sometimes the thing they want to consume is stupid,
Right.
right? If you stumble upon a genre of content that is just idiotic, but it makes you money, as a business person, you'd be stupid not to keep doing it.
Right.
Right? So let's say that you try like 5 different varieties of content out there. You make videos on Minecraft, you make videos on like what's it called, vertical gardening. You make videos on homesteading. And let's say you're producing all these things, right? So you're throwing money in all these areas with different creators, and you're throwing money at them to have them create content. You fund a gun channel, to, like, historical weapons maybe, or one of those crazy gun channels that basically does crazy things with guns. Like I saw one guy put a really high caliber handgun in cement.
Oh wow.
This was nuts. So what they did is that the weapon was the weapon was loaded, single round, as a revolver, and then the hammer was pulled back, and they poured cement into a Home Depot bucket, the big ass get her done type buckets. They poured cement in there, and as it set, they put the gun in up to the almost up to the end of the cylinder. So the gun was pretty much in there, and they let it dry that way. The gun was anchored in the cement, and then they did that so that they could film themselves pulling the trigger on it and seeing what would happen. Of course, they didn't hold it. They were hiding behind some body armor. They had shields up, and they had a string with a pulley, and of course, and they had different guns set up like that, right?
Right.
Those things garner millions and millions of views, right?
Yeah, because I'll be watching them too.
Because you want to see what's going to happen, right? It's like we're shooting at this 45-pound plate, like the kind of 45-pound plate you use in the gym, right? With a variety of weapons until one of them makes it through. Really silly stuff, right? So you're producing all sorts. So you're producing a silly gun channel. You're producing a serious one. You're producing a homesteading channel. You're producing a crafting channel. You're producing a variety of things, right? Someone doing Minecraft. You're producing somebody who's streaming they're playing Fortnite. They're streaming on Twitch. You're doing all this stuff. You're producing a blogger who's doing food blog. You do a whole bunch of different stuff, and you do it for a period of time, and then you start seeing the numbers. And if you try like 15 different things, and 3 of them are really profitable, you would be dumb to not continue the 3, especially if the 3 didn't cost you a lot of money to produce.
Right.
So let's say 3 are extremely profitable. Okay, out of the 3, one of them costs almost nothing to make. The other 2 require more work, but not that much. So let's say one basically breaks even. Okay, it grosses a lot, but it breaks even because of the cost to produce it.
Okay.
The other one is, you got an ROI at 30%, and the last one, the ROI is like 400%. All 3 gross the same number, but that's the breakdown of. So you might do all 3, right? I mean, one breaks even because it's basically you can make that thing, and you don't lose anything on it.
Right.
You don't make anything either, but you do pick up subscribers, right? It's probably a good idea to keep doing all 3, right? And let's say that the subject matter is really, really diverse. One of them is some silly blowing crap up gun channel, right? The other one is like the other one is a extremely liberal talking head, like some guy doing the quartering, except the opposite.
Okay.
right?
Right.
And another one is an extremely conservative channel, right? Let's say one's the quartering, one is a liberal version of the quartering, and the other one is some crazy exploding gun channel.
Right.
I produce all three,
And see where it goes.
and I keep doing it until one of them is no longer profitable, and if it's not profitable, I'll drop it. But
Right.
it could be non-profitable, but still pick up a lot of subs, which is still worth doing because you can always monetize a subscriber base to your other stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's
Or
you,
you could be like the quarter and it may not be profitable views, but you're selling coffee.
yeah,
You know?
Supplements.
yeah. Who knows, right? But it's money doesn't have a conscience. You're thinking, you can make
That's a bar right there.
yeah. You mean some people don't believe in stimulants, right? Like there's some people who my body is a temple type people who basically will get out there and tell people, and this is how so we're gonna end the Charlie Kirk thing with this, is that the jury's still out. Well, the jury hasn't even convened, right? The guy isn't even convicted of doing it. But if he did do it, I personally don't think that he was an agent for any group of people. I just think he was confused and had some personal reasons.
Yeah,
But
and
in
he
the
was a
end,
really good shooter.
no, actually, he wasn't even really that good. 200, remember, 200 yards is, for somebody who has done any time with a hunting rifle, 200 yards is not hard.
Really.
Yeah. 200 yards. Okay, so when you actually hunt animals,
Mhm.
okay, there is a distance at which most people will take shots, right? And it's a safe distance because you're looking for one shot. You want to be humane, and when you harvest animals, let's use that word, harvest.
Mhm.
When you harvest animals, you want to be humane. So it's a single shot. Okay,
Mhm.
single shots of the vitals, and it's over, right? There, the reasonable distance that most hunters, especially with like human-sized game, like we're talking deer, moose, like big stuff, right? The distance that they'll take it at will be 300 plus yards. They'll take that shot safely because they can
Mhm.
put it in the vital area at that distance consistently every time, right? With a good weapon, a heavy enough round, and good enough optics. 300 yards,
Mhm.
not an issue. Now there's extreme guys who take it out to like 1,000 yards. Okay, most hunters won't do that because they can't guarantee a clean harvest every time. You don't want to take a shot and have to track
A
a wounded
wounded.
animal through 3 miles. Usually, when you take a shot like that and it's wounded that badly, usually the reason why you're following the trail is so that you can put it out of its misery when you finally catch up to it. And
Mhm.
oftentimes it's collapsed, but it's not gone, right?
Dang.
And then you have to end. So you don't want to lose track of it because it's going to suffer for a long time. That's why they track the thing more than anything else,
Put it out of his
right?
misery.
Yeah, because it could collapse 2 miles away and not be in pain for like hours and hours and hours before it expires from. So that's why they track it. And when you take really long distance shots, that might happen, right? But 300-ish yards, 350, it depends on the skill, but definitely 200. Any reasonable hunter can take that. No big deal.
That's probably why he had the confidence to do that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like I've seen the conspiracy theories. Like people don't believe that this guy was that young, was able to plan this and actually get away with it. Because of course, he was gone for 33 hours. They weren't able to catch him.
Well, think about it. I
But
mean, like the planning, because we talked about this before we had any news at all. I gave my opinions about how, because Raymond, you originally thought that it was a professional hit, remember?
I thought it was because
Okay.
the way it happened.
And then I told you if it was a pro, these are what you should look for, right? I mean,
Right.
okay.
If he left the word murder, we talked
Yeah.
about if he left the murder weapon or not.
So,
The engraving of the shell casings.
yeah, okay. So,
Uh,
okay. So, okay. So let's talk about that. So I said that because we knew the distance already. We'd heard the distance the shot was taken from, 200 yards. And I
Yeah,
said
we
that,
knew 200 yards.
and I said that if it was 200 yards, if it was, because we weren't sure yet, but if it was 200 yards, it wouldn't take crazy skill, right? And it wouldn't take a specialized weapon. I mean, it wouldn't take a highly modified weapon.
No.
So we watched the video, right? We watched a video and we heard the shot.
Yep.
Right. So that means that the weapon was unsuppressed, right? So it was loud. It went loud, right? Okay. So 200 yards, I guessed it was either going to be a 30-06 or a 308. That would be my guess. 200 yards. I wouldn't use a 223. We talked about that, the calibers.
Yeah,
right?
well, Billy, yeah, caliber.
Yeah, 223 is what the AR-15 fires. It's doable, but in reality, it's light for that. I mean, a lot of things could affect its travel, right? And they're more expensive. You can pick up like 308 or 30-06 rifle for next to nothing essentially because they're so common, and there's a lot of cheap ones made that are accurate, right? So I said that they would either use a 30-06 or 308. It would be a bolt action hunting rifle, very common one. If it was a pro, they get a very common rifle using common ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
That being the case, they could smuggle it into place ahead of time. They could look out. They could keep a lookout at their nest, and if nobody discovers it, they can safely go in and do the deed, right? And then when they made their getaway, they can just leave it there because nothing about the equipment will say anything about them.
Right.
The weapon has all the serial numbers scrubbed. There's no trace DNA on it, nothing. You get nothing from it. If the ammo is commonly found in any sporting goods store, you get nothing from it. Ammo has no serial numbers. So you can leave it there safely because they're going to find it anyway at some point in time, right? And you definitely don't want it found on your possession, right? So you don't want to take it home, right? Because that's evidence against you. I mean, like, finding the rifle on the roof of a building is one thing. Finding it in your closet is another.
Yeah.
Right. So I said that he would use a very common weapon, very common ammo. He'd leave it there, and he'd make his escape. And they'd find it, and there's no evidence that can lead them, no clues to lead them anywhere. Right. That's what I thought would happen. What happened was it was a common hunting rifle, but he took it with him.
Yeah, I was walking up the street with it.
He engraved the ammunition casings, right, with messages. I mean, there's all sorts of things I can trace back to him now. He walked out with the weapon wrapped in a towel and then left it in the woods with the intent of coming back for it later, which was actually discovered in messaging sent back and forth with his roommate.
Yeah.
So the dude intended to go back and get it's like, come on, dude, you just killed somebody with it. Why do you want to get it back as evidence? I mean, like, it cost you like $400 maybe. Just ditch it.
There was it'd be interesting if his roommate was, because it was a person that made a video before the Charlie Kirk thing happened, and it was a trans person talking about you're gonna see what happens when he comes.
Oh God,
you know what I'm saying? Like, see what happens tomorrow, and it'll be interesting if that is actually
here's something that has bothered me a bit, right? The messaging between what's the guy, Tyler something? What's his last name? The shooter, Tyler something? Tyler.
I don't know the name of the shooter.
I want to say Williams. Anyway, but the shooter is messaging back and forth with his roommate.
Robinson.
Tyler Robinson. He was telling his roommate to go get the gun, I believe. Right? Thing is this, if the roommate I left it wrapped in a towel at this certain place, right? Thing is that roommate should be right now viewed as an accomplice.
Definitely an accomplice.
Because if I'm saying, dude, I'm like, if I'm typing, Quentin, dude, I left the gun wrapped in a towel in the woods over by the creek. Dude, go get it before the FBI finds it. Dude, you are an accomplice.
I'm involved.
You're involved in that because you know details. He's like, it's like, If I got a message, if you got a message like that from me, it'd be like your reaction would be, what gun? What are you talking? I mean, like, what are you talking about, right? But obviously, and I wouldn't even send you that message because if you didn't know about it, if you didn't know details about what I was going to do, why would I send you messages like that? Anyway, so that's where that's at. So that's what we know. So the guy's not a pro. So he's not a professional. He is an experienced shooter, taking a standard hunter distance shot. Okay. I do believe that he was not aiming at the neck. He was aiming at his head.
And got the neck.
He got the neck instead. A little bit of a drop. I mean, he's shooting from an elevated position. A little bit of a drop. Okay.
He got lucky.
He got lucky. Actually,
He was gonna miss, really.
yeah. So if you think about it, so like, this is what he was aiming. He really shouldn't be aiming for this anyway. But I believe that Charlie Kirk wears body armor. I think
It is, you know what? I mean, looking at him, I don't think he had body armor.
it doesn't. I personally, I don't think he did. And if he did, if he did wear armor, it wasn't the kind that could defeat a hunting round.
Oh no! It wouldn't have defeated it.
Because you see sheriffs wearing armor with trauma plates, and it bulks them up. You can see it underneath their shirts, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if he was wearing armor or not. I don't think he was, but he
I
might have
don't
been. But in any case, this guy was shooting for his head, and I think hit him in the neck back. I mean, still,
He could have missed, and this would have been. It would actually make Charlie Kirk bigger.
yeah.
If he would have survived
it made him bigger now anyway. But
yeah, because a lot of people didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
And I kind of bring it back to just the whole not letting people provoke you.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, like I'm saying, this generation YN.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? YNs are known to crash out. That is the key term with YNs.
Yeah.
They will crash out. And this guy crashed out over a person who didn't even know him.
I mean, the YN thing. I mean, they just make. They're easily driven to bad decisions that they can't come back from.
Easily, the crash out kings.
Oh.
We have never seen a generation of people that crash out over the smallest things.
Like, okay, so the generous,
Charlie Kirk ain't never killed nobody.
Like even small things, right? Like they freak out about the tiny people. I mean, it happens to other people too, but they'll freak out over the tiniest things, the littlest things that most people will suck up. And it's like a good example. You're in a public place. You're in a line in Disneyland. Okay, so if you go to Disneyland, Raymond, when's the last time you went to Disneyland?
Man, when I was a kid.
Wait, so you haven't brought your son there yet?
No. We ain't did Disneyland yet.
Really? Okay.
We're slowly working our way up.
Okay.
We did Universal Studios, Disneyland.
Okay, well, let's use that. Were there big lines at Universal Studios?
Yes.
Okay. If you go to Universal Studios, do you expect there to be big ass lines?
Yes.
Do you expect there to be a wide variety of people acting all sorts of different ways?
Yes.
Do you go there looking to get into a confrontation with somebody?
Absolutely not.
Right? So things that would normally bother you, you kind of shelve them because there's thousands of people and there's going to be people who do things that bug you.
Yep. Right? It's grown people dressed as Harry Potter.
Well, okay. That's one thing. Yeah. But when you're in line in Universal Studios, how close are you to the people in front of you?
We close to everybody.
Yeah, but it's just packed in there, right? If you're the kind of person who freaks out when people stand close to you, should you go to Universal Studios?
Not even.
Not at all, right? There you go. So, and I've experienced this. A person in line, because have you ever been to Porto's before? That Cuban bake shop?
Not yet.
I've only had Porto's. I've never been there.
Lines in Porto's look like lines at Disneyland. You walk in and there's a greeter at the door, and there's two different areas where you can have the food cases and the cashiers, and there's the rope line that twists around. There's two separate ones, and they'll guide you. Please go to this one. Please go to that one. They'll guide you to the line you want to get into, right? Mm-hmm. And then you'll be there it's like a line at Disneyland. Right, so I'm in a line like that, and the dude in front of me doesn't want people anywhere close to him. Right, He wants 6 feet of distance, in like he's like in COVID time still, right?
Yeah, go home.
See, the thing is though, the lines inside Portos, if everybody stood that far from each other, it would go
Line be
down the block. It would be crazy, but it would be
yeah,
ridiculous.
be,
And it
be
would
around
be,
the corner.
I mean, the people in there don't want that. They want people packed. I mean, have you ever been to like, any sort of an auditorium event? Come on, everybody. Come on, let's all squeeze down into the front. Give people, they're always trying to get you to compress the groups and come together, right?
Right.
That's how
Yeah.
everything was until COVID. I'm saying the word, until the pandemic came. But now the pandemic is gone, we can go back to reasonable crowdedness, right?
Yep.
So you shouldn't complain in a public place that has big ass lines if people stand close to you. And if you don't like it, well, you just got to suck it up because you're in public, right? That's the way it's got to be, right? The same way that if okay, so let's say this, like let's say that the person is racist, right? If you're a racist person, and you want to go enjoy Disneyland, right? Should you really antagonize all the people of the races you don't like while you're there?
No, you're the minority.
No, yeah, you should actually suck it up and pretend you love everybody because you're not going to have a good time in Disneyland
No.
if you're just going to cause a bunch of static, right? You just
You're gonna realize it's a small world after all.
yeah.
Up in here.
And not just because it's dangerous for you, just because you're not going to have any fun in Disneyland if you just can't get along with everybody in that moment. You can hate them all, just suck it up and be with them because you're in Disneyland, right?
Yep.
Like
It's just like when we went to NASCAR. If I felt some type of way about white people, NASCAR was not the place to go at all.
yeah, exactly.
At all. So guess what? I went there, and yeah, I mean, I don't have nothing against nobody. So it's just like I'm there. We in here. I don't care. We doing everything that got to do with NASCAR today. I'm doing what the white people do.
You just got to deal with it. I mean, like like another one is like going to Sturgis. Sturgis is the probably the largest biker rally in the U.S. It's a whole week long thing. It's pretty cool actually. I went in the '90s, and in the '90s there were very few non-white bikers going to this thing.
Really?
Very, very few. The only ones that there were a couple black guys, and there were a couple of Chinese guys. Okay, I was mistaken as Native American, as is normal. The thing is, it's in South Dakota, so there's a lot of natives up there. So, like,
I guess that. Yeah.
I didn't get any pushback whatsoever because there were a fair number of Native Americans hanging around. Okay? Yeah, locals and bikers. Okay, but the majority of bikers are white dudes, right? And then there was a couple black dudes, a couple Chinese dudes, and the funny part is that the the black dudes run Honda Goldwings. I remember that. They
Really?
run Honda Goldwings is what they rode there. Right, and
They had to go long distance.
Yeah, but most guys rode Harleys. The funny thing was they got more flack for the Goldwings than for being black.
Or Harley.
Guys on these Honda
Right.
Gold.
I know, right? But that's what was funny. But you guys should come. We should do that one year, right? Because it's a lot more diverse now, but it's nowhere near like an even ratio. I mean, like if you want to see like big hefty white biker dudes in their element, like it's like going on safari. Okay, if you want to see that, that's the place to go. And for the most part, it's everybody just gets along. None of those dudes is going to give anybody crap because they're there for a good time. Right? They're just there for a good time. They're not going to some rally for other purposes. They're there to have a good time. They're there to drink.
Ride our bikes.
They're there to drink and ride, and ogle the ladies. Right? That's what they're there for. Right? The wet t-shirt contests are happening. There's topless contests. I mean, that's what they're there for. Right? The quality of the talent is greatly varied. I'll just say it that. Okay? There's a little something for everyone, right?
I don't know what to think about that.
I was a little confused.
It goes from everything from what's conventionally attractive to what one would say is conventionally unattractive.
Oh, so you got somebody with some hairy armpits that's up there topless.
Like that, or a lot of sagging going on. There's a lot of extra skin hang.
Stretch marks.
Yeah, there's a lot of everything there. I mean, like, it's kind of funny. It's like, you ever heard that phrase, dance like nobody's watching? These are people who are living like nobody's watching.
Okay.
Live like nobody's watching. Ain't
I told you
that
that
something?
story when I was riding my Harley up by they called the what's it called, the Old Ridge Route. It's right here. It's the original roadway going from LA County to Kern County. It opened in like 1913. Did I tell you guys about that?
I don't think so.
No.
It's no longer an open road. It's technically a trail that's reserved for off-road vehicles. If you're adventurous enough, you can take an SUV or a small car maybe, but definitely a motorcycle. You can take it all the way through. It runs from, like, I take it. Basically, you pick up, you drive past Lake Elizabeth, and then you take this little windy road, and you end up on this Old Ridge route, and you ride, and you end up at Castaic.
Okay.
It's a really
Mm.
cool ride. It's a really cool ride. So I was riding through there, and it's like, the road goes from being semi-paved to cracked to just dirt, and some incredible cliffs along the way. Really cool ride, right? So I'm riding along this thing, and I stop. I'm taking pictures of this old stone rock hotel. It's an inn that's completely gone now. There's just a big ass archway there now. I'm taking pictures, and I hear another bike. So a Harley comes pulling up, right?
Mm.
And I'm walking towards them to ask them if this thing goes all the way through still, is it safe to pass? And as I'm getting anywhere near them, I'm looking at him, and it's an older white dude with his old lady, right? She's on the back of the bike. They got a severe farmer's tan, the t-shirt tan, right? They were super red
Hmm.
here, faces are red. They're both wearing gloves, and they got boots on, but they're both topless. Yeah, they're both topless and wearing shorts, right? So
Uh,
they're super white here, right? They're trying to even out their tans.
mm.
Okay.
Oh, they must have been in their 70s. They must have been
Oh.
in their 70s.
Mm.
Oh.
Oh man, and time, time has worked its magic. Gravity has worked its magic.
Unreadable tattoo.
Gravity has worked its
Ju-
magic.
Dude, just that kind of life, living has worked its magic. They're fun people. They're crazy, and they're telling us. So they're talking as I'm walking towards them. I realized I thought they were wearing shirts at first because I saw the reddish
This color.
brown to the white. So I thought they were naked, like top up naked. Like, it was too late. I'm walking towards them, and they're pulling up next to my bike. Right, I see them, and the whole brotherhood of Harley ownership kicked in. Like, I'm Filipino dude. They're obviously, like, old time white bikers, but because we share the same hobby, the same passion, we're brothers, right? So we're talking. They're super friendly, and I ask them, does this go all the way through? Where does it end? Oh, dude, yeah, you can make it all the way through Castaic. And they're talking to me as if nothing is out of the ordinary. Nothing's out of the ordinary. And they tell me, I'm like, oh, it's sweet. And then they just casually explain to me that they're up there to get some sun and to have some sex in some public places.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
All right.
It's funny as hell. But yeah, because that's just that thing. So it's funny. So yeah, the Old Ridge route. There's how do we get there? How do we get to this? What
You
were we-
started talking about Sturgis, but then you
Sturgis,
started
there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. That's okay. Yeah, the talent is varied, right? So you'll see a bunch of older ladies, showing off their wares. You'll see a bunch of younger ones. I mean, all over the place, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Sturgis is a fun place, and it's a great place to just people watch. That's why you go. Okay, so yeah, you can enjoy riding up there, but you go there for the people watching. They're so interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's like how this. Okay, so we ought to go to one of those gathering of the Juggalos.
What is that?
Insane Clown Posse.
The Juggalos.
You're
I didn't
unfamiliar
know
with
that.
the Insane Clown Posse?
No, I know who the Insane Clown Pot, but I didn't know they were called Juggalos.
Their fans, their adherents, their fans are called Juggalos.
The inherence.
What was it, Raymond?
The inherence. I'm sorry, that word was funny.
What?
Their inherence. That was what you call
Their
it?
adherents. Yeah, their adherents. They're you mean like they're hangers on. You're digging the word?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've never heard that. I'm gonna start using that
Yeah,
for full.
they're called Juggalos. They're called Juggalos, and they have a gathering of the Juggalos. I think it takes place in something like Michigan or something like that.
Mhm.
It's weird. So it's a camping out situation. So it's almost like Woodstock for really crazy people, and they wear
Mhm.
full on face paint. You know, the Insane Clown Posse actually. Raymond, what are their names again? There's two of them, right? The Insane Clown Posse. There's two members of the Insane Clown Posse. There's forget what they're
Yeah,
called,
you got me on that one.
but you've heard of them, right?
I've
Immortal
heard of the
Technique
Insane
and
Clown Posse, but I
Takedown.
don't know who the only reason I know who the Insane Clown Posse is because I don't know, man. I think ever since MTV stopped playing music videos, like you don't have a connection to music anymore.
Okay.
Like everybody just in their own lane. You know, they used to beef with Eminem.
Yeah.
They used to beef with Eminem. They used to be in Source magazine sometimes, but I never knew about Juggalos. I didn't know about what did
Yeah,
you call
the
it?
ICP. They are
I didn't know they were called
yeah,
ICP.
Insane Clown Posse.
Yeah.
They're weird. I mean, like they have a weird niche. Have you guys ever seen like heavy metal bands that are like fantasy rock? Like
Yeah, like Slipknot.
kind of like Slipknot, except Slipknot's like horror rock. This is like bands like with names like Ragnarok or Thrall's Hammer. You know, their lyrics are about like Dungeons and Dragons type stuff. It's
Yeah.
like riding our
Ugh.
steeds to Valhalla kind of stuff and that weird fantasy rock. The Insane Clown Posse is the same thing except it's rap and it's dark fantasy rap. So it's supernatural. So their rap lyrics are about what they call this thing. They something like the something carnival, the dark carnival. It's weird. They they are horror. They're dark fantasy horror rap is what they are.
The names are Violent J and Shaggy Too Dope.
There we go.
Yeah, it was some Violent J. All right, that's the
Yeah.
one I know.
Really, really, really strange. Look, what's their genre? I see.
I didn't
up
find that, but I
Insane.
found where their place is Thornville, Ohio.
Is it Ohio?
That's where that place is where they meet.
Yeah, the Gathering of the Juggalos.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it happens every year, and I hear that it's a wild time. I mean, it's crazy to go to the Gathering of the Juggalos. I've always wanted to go.
They're considered
But
horror.
you'll face
Yeah,
your
horrorcore is the word. Horrorcore.
Yeah, it's horrorcore. Like, would you paint your face and go?
You know, actually, I think it's a good idea to paint your face like that way. You know, I gotta research
You'll look
more
like a
about them.
narc if you don't paint your face.
What's that?
You'll look like a narc if you don't paint
You're
your
not
face.
supposed to be there.
Yeah, they'll definitely be like, man, who is this guy?
Well, I mean, so what do you think? Do you think there is a black or brown component of people attending the Gathering of the Juggalos at this
I'm
If
time?
I
sure.
was black and if I was black and I went to the gathering of Juggalos, I'll get away with it. You, on the other hand, are not going to get away with it.
You don't think so?
Me, being a black person, I can get away with it. I can go in there with some Tim boots and a jersey on, and I'm gonna get away with not having face paint on my face. You, on the other hand, are not getting away with
You don't
that.
think
They
so?
are going to think you. They are going to think you are an undercover cop.
But honestly, Raymond fits into a lot of different places without having to be.
What-
Oh yeah, it's just being who I am. I mean, just having darker skin gets you in a lot of places. I'm telling you, people always just expect a black guy to be there. Either if it's a whole bunch of black people or if it's a whole bunch of white people, they're going to expect
Wait
a
a
black
minute.
person.
Ohio. What's a Native American population like in Ohio?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. That's a good question.
If it's a good number, I could get away with that there.
Probably not in that part of Ohio.
So okay, so I have to probably paint my face then.
You will have to paint your face. I think you should.
I should.
I
Actually, I
would
should.
feel uncomfortable if you didn't. Like I'll be like, oh man, I'm here with the narc.
Okay, so it's either gonna be
2.1% state's total population.
what percent?
Oh yeah,
2.1%.
you ain't getting away with that one.
Okay, so
Yeah, I
face
do.
paint thing would be a thing to do. Or how about a mask?
Nah,
You
you
get
got
away
to
with a
do this.
mask?
The
Nah,
thing to do. The thing to do would be to get really jacked. Have you ever seen what's it called? Mad Max.
yeah,
Yeah.
The second one. Okay, so the first one is okay. The second one's the Road Warrior. You've seen the Road Warrior, right?
yeah.
Do you remember the bad guy in the Road Warrior? He's called the Humongous.
His name was humongous.
He's huge and he's jacked and he's wearing a Jason hockey mask.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Humongous. That's the route to go. Is to just get really huge and walk around like uh, just like just like leather arm things and some sort of gladiator or hockey mask.
So then you're semi-leather man.
I guess, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, that could be leather pants, no shirt or a chainmail shirt, and a hockey mask or a gladiator spiked mask. That's the way to go. Because
I wonder what they rap about. Like just thinking about it now. It's
actually, I want to
probably
hear some of their stuff, but the reason why I don't want to do the face paint is because it's a multi night event, right? And just it's uncomfortable to be painted. Have you guys
You
ever
take
worn
that
heavy
off?
face paint before?
I've
No.
never worn face paint in
I
my
know I
life.
have, but you sweat it off after a while.
No, you don't. No, not this greasy stuff. If you get the real thing, because you don't want to sweat it off. That's the problem. It's heavily caked on you, that greasy ass stage quality paint.
Uh,
I
Yeah,
have always been
I only had it
against.
for Halloween. So,
I've always been against wearing face paint. That's just me.
yeah. So a mask could be better. Like a hockey mask could be good, I think.
You come in with a suit on the mask, you look like you're a character from Twisted Metal.
Shit, yeah, dude. Dude, go as a lucha libre person.
You come with a lucha libre
They
mask.
actually,
show up as a luchador.
they show that in the crowd that quite a few of them do that.
Really, luchador masks?
Yep.
Yes, that's the way to go. Luchador masks. Luchador masks is the way to go.
Mhm.
Dude, we should do that. We should go to the Gathering of Juggalos. That'd be fun.
You trying to get us to spend our money on Sturgis and Juggalos. I mean, I'm always with expanding my mind. Just like,
Sturgis is a lot of dude. It's a lot of fun. It's a
yeah.
so if
I'm
we
curious about Sturgis, but
if we
Juggalos, I'm now want to
come
now I
on,
have,
dude, Juggalos is the way to go.
but I have to find out what kind of music they actually play because I know they've been around for a while,
It's
but I haven't
horrorcore,
heard.
dude. It's weird ass fantasy thing. They got. I think they even make comic books about the stories and their lyrics. So now remember, Juggalos. It's the kind of person. Um, are Juggalos full time just face painted freaks? No, they probably have jobs, right?
They
Some of
have
them.
jobs
I'm
in
sure.
this.
I'm sure some will hang out full time like that with no discernible means of supporting themselves. I'm sure there's always some of those people like that. Just like people into punk rock are like that. Goths. There's always going to be a group of them that are couch surfing with their friends, right? The true goth loser, right?
Huh?
Who does
Mhm.
nothing but follow bands around and couch surf and borrow money for
We're
weed,
black.
right? There's always somebody like that. So I'm sure there's a couple juggalos who do nothing but juggalo, right? But I'm sure that there's others who are bankers. There's others who are probably servers in restaurants, mechanics. So it's a cross section of reasonably normal people in regular life who are going to this thing. It'd be fun to watch it. I mean, it's. I think it's gonna be. I think so. Yeah, they're master of ceremonies. They've had a bunch of different people be MCs at the event. I know that
Really?
one year Charlie Sheen was the master of ceremonies. I think they called him the Grand Marshal. And if I'm not mistaken, Ice Cube was the Grand Marshal one year. I think it was Ice Cube, either Ice Cube or Ice T. One of them was a Grand Marshal one year. They've
Is performed at the gathering of the
wait,
Juggalos.
who was it?
Ice Cube is performed at
Cube.
the gathering of the
Yeah, yeah. They got some real, and they have their own label. So ICP has their own label, and it's called Psychopathic Records. Raymond, I didn't hear. Did you go mute?
So I'm sorry,
There we go.
Psychopathic
Yeah, they're called
Records.
Psychopathic Records. Yeah, so they have a couple acts on there. They're different, but I think it'd be
Yeah.
fun to go. I think it'd be because they're both the same situation. I mean, like I would take a motorcycle to it too. The best thing to do would be to get one of those Mercedes Sprinter or the Dodge Ram camper vans.
Mm.
So like I would ride. If one of you guys wanted to ride, you can ride another bike as well. Somebody would have to drive the van. And maybe even have a trailer in the back, so we'd have 3 bikes. So I know that Raymond doesn't ride, but maybe he'd get into it. But somebody would have to always drive the camper van, right? And then we'd hang out because you camp at the Gathering of the Juggalos, and you can camp at Sturgis too. There's a facility called the Buffalo Chip, which is a large camping facility. We can pull the camper van up there, pitch tents, have a fire going, be fun, and it's great people watching. It's incredible people watching. So yeah, so Sturgis, Gathering of Juggalos. I can't think of any other crazy thing. Of course, there's Burning Man, but Burning Man, I look at Burning Man as one giant douche gathering.
What is that?
You've never heard of Burning Man,
No, I've never heard of that.
Raymond? You're muted again.
You never heard of Burning Man?
Oh,
Holy crap! Okay,
I've
hold
heard
a
of Burning
second.
Man.
This begins its own segment. Okay, this segment's called "Quentin's Never Heard of Burning Man."
never.
Okay, there we go. That's the intro to this segment of its own clip, right? Quentin's never heard of Burning Man. Okay, Raymond, do you want to explain to him what Burning Man is? Quentin, don't look it up. Don't look
Already
it up.
did.
Oh,
You know I'm
dang
not
it.
quick.
Okay, hold on. So stop looking at it, and we're gonna.
No, you can keep looking at because I don't know that much about Burning Man because I
Really?
just I like okay. So I was working with that you remember these people? I used to work with this group called Valuable,
Yeah.
and they wanted me to go to Burning Man, and I remember I was like, same way Quentin just said, what the
What's
hell is
Burning
Burning
Man?
Man?
Okay.
And they was like, yeah, you go there, you're in the middle of nowhere, you bring no money, you learn how to barter. You know what I'm saying? They didn't tell me it was drugs. Another one of my friends told me that there's drugs involved.
Okay, you don't have to take drugs. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's in the Nevada desert. Okay, it's in the Nevada desert, a really remote part of the Nevada desert. Okay, it is on an ancient lake bed. Okay, they call it the playa. The main drag is called the playa. Okay, originally they talk a lot about community, right? Everyone there it's a brotherhood. I mean, like it's a brotherhood, a sisterhood thing. It's a community of people, and it's all about art and expressing yourself. So people create art installations that are displayed. In the beginning, it's a very much an organically created thing. People just showed up and put up their art displays and did all this stuff. And it's called Burning Man because they have this really large wooden effigy in the shape of a man that they burn at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and as the years have gone by, that effigy has become epic in scale. It's gotten huge, right?
Yeah.
And it began as a bunch of pretty much broke people getting together, like they're hippy dippy type artist folks getting together to. You see belly dancing people, fire eaters, people who juggle fire. You see a lot of those performance
A
artists.
lot.
Yep. A bunch of people dressed as steampunk folks will go to those kind of things. You see a lot of those folks out there. And they're just having a good time. And yes, there are a lot of people expanding their minds with drugs at these events, right? But then as time went by, and there actually is an orgy tent. Okay? Because when these people expanding their minds to drugs are going to end up at some point in time in the orgy tent. And there's a lot of people scantily dressed, okay, in the Nevada desert where the weather could just do 180s every 5 minutes. Super hot, raining suddenly, dust storm, crazy, crazy stuff. As time has gone by, the people who ended up going, more and more Silicon Valley people started going. So it became a bunch of tech bros.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty soon, what was a no, and they still have no money there. The only thing you can buy, I think, is water.
I don't even think you have to buy that. I think everything is barter.
Yeah, but what they do is like people will show up and make meals for each other and give away food, and sometimes they just show up and make meals for themselves. I mean, now they have a bunch of private people show up with private trailers, so it's become luxurious.
Mm-hmm.
I remember my cousin goes every year. My cousin's a tech bro.
I'm curious about the art slide, man.
Dude, so my cousin goes, and a couple of years ago he went, and that was the year that it rained, and everybody got trapped.
Got stuck. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing that, going, "Oh my god!" I'm not gonna say his name. My cousin's trapped at Burning Man, and this is what's nuts. Okay, when it rained and everything turned into mud, the playa came alive. Okay, this is something that they didn't even know. In that ancient lake bed, every time there is water or moisture there's a certain kind of a crustacean that basically the eggs can be inert for decades
Till water hits it.
Yeah, they're brine shrimp. They used to be. They used to sell them. You used to be able to order these things from the back of from a comic book. They called them sea monkeys.
I remember.
Oh, I remember sea monkeys.
Yeah, the sea monkeys are brine shrimp, is what they are.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the whole playa is chock full of brine shrimp that are inert for decades until it rains, and all of a sudden, when it rains, give enough time, you look down and there's movement. And people are walking barefoot through there, right? And all of a sudden they see things scurrying. It's like, what the hell is this? They're freaking out.
Heck yeah. It was dirt a minute ago.
It was dirt a minute ago. Now it's mud. Now the mud's moving. What the heck just happened, right?
Would you go back after experience something like that?
I didn't go. I've never been.
No, but like,
oh my
people
God,
like, just imagine if you went.
Yeah, no, he's going back. He goes every year.
Oh wow.
I mean, he's the kind of guy who, they get the fancy trailer. He's not camping out in some 2-man tent. He's plush at this thing.
Okay, so this is in September.
Is it? Yeah, it just happened. It just happened. Burning Man, and at the end of the event, they burned the Burning Man.
It's like 2 weeks, ain't it?
In fact, little known fact, you know the Google Doodle. Remember you go to Google, and there's a little doodle that's some sort of artistic representation, something. Oh, it's St. Patrick's Day, and there's a little leprechaun or whatever. The very first Google Doodle was created for Burning Man. And so they actually had a Burning Man doodle. And the reason why it was created that's the very first one. It was never meant to be a doodle. What it was kind of like a we'll be back soon sign. Because the guys at Google left to go to Burning Man. It was kind of like we'll be back in the office like 2:00 type of sign. That's what it was for. That's what started the doodle. Burning Man is the reason why there's a Google Doodle.
All right, I'm interested.
Okay. I mean, I'm actually, the funny part is I'm not really at all interested in Burning Man. And the reason why is because, the drug culture there is so strong. That's the reason why I'm not interested in it.
Yeah.
So you just brought it up. You don't want to go now?
Well, I brought it up as an event, but I don't want to mean because nobody goes to Burning Man and stays sober.
I was going to be the artist there, man. I'm interested in the art.
You're going to have to expand your mind.
Expand your mind by microdosing ketamine.
You're going to have to do something you ain't never thought you were going to do.
I don't have to do all that, Quaid. No, I don't have to, Quaid.
You're going to end up going there. You're going to microdose some ketamine, and some dude's going to touch your butt in the orgy tent. That's what's going to happen to you.
I might not be able to go, Quaid.
That's what's going to happen to you, man.
Honestly, though, to be honest, and I've been in a lot of druggy situations. A lot more than I expected to be. I think I can fight off the urge to do any type of drugs, and I'll definitely stay out the orgy tent. I might peek, be like, man, what does it look like? But I think I can stay away from that, especially
I went like your cousin went and just plush camping. I'll people watch. You know what I'm saying? I'll stay on top of my little trailer and watch y'all.
But how
With
long before
binoculars.
that gets? I mean, like, you've been at parties where you're the sober guy, right? And it
Yeah.
sucks to be the sober guy because everyone is just they're just idiots. You're like, oh man, it's just no fun.
Not necessarily. I've been the sober guy and been cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
have too.
guess.
That's what I'm saying. I've been in a lot of druggy type situations as a sober guy. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it also was times where I was just smoking weed, so I'm semi sober. So like to kind of go and think about it, like, oh, well, I probably might smoke weed. Maybe I might not smoke weed and just really be people
I
watching.
mean, the question is, I guess if it's like if it's a sit around a campfire and smoke cigars and drink some scotch type of thing, that could work for me.
That's what I'm saying. You
That's
go
like
with like people like
TV.
us where we watch it.
That's like
Yeah.
watching TV. But I've been the sober guy where I've had to drive because everybody else is going to get drinks and whatnot. Yeah, I've been that guy.
Do people like remember when Logan Paul went involved
Yeah, he went
Burning
to
Man?
Burning Man, yeah.
Did they want him to do that? I mean, not did they want, but how were they receptive to that?
What do you mean?
Like, are there people with
Oh,
cameras?
dude, people are vlogging there all the time.
Oh, okay.
Remember,
Oh yeah.
these people live on social media. I mean,
Okay.
it's constant. I mean, I'm guarantee you, it's constantly posted.
So I mean, like for us, it's going down there as a team to content. We
I
getting
guess
this
we
content,
could, dude. That
and we gonna watch. And like I'm like
You
I
got the
said, like I know.
glasses.
Yeah,
dude,
like I
three
said,
like
I know how to deal with with druggy type people. It's gonna
dude,
be popping with me.
that's like the holy trinity of weird festivals. I can actually, okay, the one that I don't really want to go to is
What?
Coachella. Never had the urge to go to Coachella.
Oh, they just released the lineup for Coachella next year already.
Because I mean, I've never really been a big fan of music fest. I mean, I've never been a concert goer, right? And I don't buy music, right? And so I just couldn't imagine, because I know it's expensive to go to Coachella. I mean, Coachella can get pricey, and I just couldn't see spending on something I wouldn't enjoy that much, right? And with the way that it is now, it's all influencers. It's just, I don't know. It could. I feel like it. We're in that line of work, but I feel like it could be annoying, right? To see, like, could you just imagine? Because you see it when it's content. You see them on camera, like looking at it, right? So you see it from their point of view, right? But could you imagine being there? That's one person doing it. Could you imagine being in a room and there's 50 different people scattered throughout creating Instagram, creating Instagram? I mean, it's just nuts, right? It looks so fake in the moment,
Yeah.
right? Content when you watch it on when you watch reels or when you watch it, you see the content that they meant to create. You see the curated version that they created for you. Like, it's like watching a movie after it's completed, right? But seeing it created in the moment, it's a whole different story.
Edited versus unedited.
Like 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 watching watching a movie that's primarily green screen. To see it made is very different than to watch a final product. So watching the final product, on YouTube is completely different than watching them make it. Like, you just imagine, like, could you imagine being at Burning Man and there's like 50 influencers all trying to capture the same thing? It just looks so fake, right? Everyone's standing
Yeah.
around, like, fake crying. It just looks so superficial.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, I was just talking to one of my coworkers about this because I think she was about to go see she's about to go see Chris Brown. Chris Brown got the Breezy Bowl.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah, I kind of over that type of stuff. She was like, really? I was like, yeah, I watch everything. I watch all my concerts streaming. If it's not streaming, I don't care for it. Really, like I watched Coachella last year from
Did you
the
actually watch
comfort
that?
of my own home. Huh?
Okay.
I watched it 2 weekends. I watched a lot of them. I think one of the like how you were talking about high people. The one that we was watching that was very very interesting. We watched Yo Gabba Gabba perform, and I was like, I'm sitting there, I'm watching grown people sit there watch Yo Gabba Gabba, and honestly, it was actually kind of entertaining when I was watching it. I was like, I can only imagine for some high people watching Yo Gabba Gabba in a group. Yeah, it's out of this world.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then Flavor Flav performed Yo Gabba Gabba. It was lit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but for me, like musical concerts, especially like I was telling my coworker, I was like, I done did it. I done been VIP. I done been backstage. I done been front row. I done been in the mosh pit. I done started the mosh pit. I'm good.
For
I've
some
been there. I've
reason,
done
out of
that.
all these festivals, like what we've talked about, okay, so we've talked Coachella now, we've talked Gathering of the Juggalos, we've talked about Burning Man, we've talked about Sturgis. The one that I mean, out of all those, the one that seems the most artificial to me is Coachella. The next most artificial one would probably be Burning Man, right? In terms of like it's like when I say artificial, it's like not real. They're just the people are almost doing what they're doing, like as you young folks would say, they're doing it for the gram, right?
They're doing it for the
That's
gram.
what they're doing, right? But I think that if you go to like the Gathering Juggalos or Sturgis, they're not necessarily. There will be people doing it for the gram for sure, right?
But those are more authentic people. I get it.
But and the majority of them are not doing it for the mean. The majority of them are just living in the moment. Like they're for every guy riding the motorcycle filming it, there's 15 of them who are not.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like that with Rolling Loud. I probably would never go see Rolling Loud, but I'll definitely stream and watch Rolling Loud. I watch Rolling Loud all the time. But Rolling Loud, like it's a weed thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't do it, man. Like and especially like I'm a fan of most of the people that are on the bill. It's just I can't standing up. I gotta stand up the whole day, and then like I just don't
Yeah.
got it like that no more.
Yeah, I'm telling you. But yeah, but I think it'd be fun to go to some of these things just to check it out, just to report back on it, just to give it a review. If we did Coachella, we'd have to do. Oh, there's the other one called, what's it called? Stagecoach. Stagecoach is the country version of Coachella.
Oh, okay. Stagecoach,
Yeah,
probably Lollapalooza.
Lollapalooza is the alternative music of that, right?
Yeah, but Lollapalooza got hip hop. I'll go see
That too.
Lollapalooza.
Yeah, it's a little bit varied. So, and then of course, if we did that, we'd have to go all out and attend Lilith Fair.
What?
You never heard of Lilith Fair?
I've heard of that, but I thought that was kind of something other than us going.
I mean, they're supposed to accept everybody. It's basically
People who say that don't accept everybody.
well, okay,
I don't want to believe
Lilith
that.
Fair is like the headliners are like Alanis Morissette. It's like a women's empowerment, like a feminist concert.
Also,
Serious?
all the hoes.
It's almost all female acts. Like you
Oh
get,
yeah, I'm going to that one.
you'll get what's her
That's
name?
it.
Fiona Apple will be there. You see like all these the type of, look up the
The girl who be like, and out for 1,000 miles. But
Yeah.
that's Carl.
Oh, yeah.
She gonna perform.
See,
Yeah, I'm here.
essentially, a lot of them are older now. So someone referred to Lilith Fair as the post-menopausal concert.
I've heard it called that.
Like somebody actually a woman jokingly published a poster for a post-menopausal something like that, and the comments went crazy. People loved it. Like a lot of, and then somebody commented, "Wait a second, that's just Lilith Fair." And it's rolling. It was crazy, but yeah, I mean, we can go to that just for the fun of it, just to report back on the vibe. I mean, does it
we
even
do that,
exist
like-
anymore?
I think so.
Probably. But I mean, like, we remember when we used to do the Taste of Soul.
Yeah,
You remember that one year where they had the radio program out there streaming? We just do something like that.
dude, you're talking about the Foxhole?
It was called the Foxhole.
Yeah,
yup.
yeah, I remember that.
Jamie Foxx.
No more
Yeah.
Lilith Fair, man.
No more Lilith Fair?
Does not
That's-
exist.
You
Traveling
know what? The way we got to do it, we can go get a booth and set up as a vendor.
We should actually. That'd be funny.
Taste of Soul?
I wouldn't like. I mean, me and Armand know them. We can do the Taste of Soul.
Yeah, we
Any
can do that.
like You know, my auntie was trying to get me to. She wants to do a Taste of Soul this year. I was like, girl, I can't do that. I don't want to do it.
Is it expensive? How much is the booth cost
Not
you?
well. My auntie done got vending down packed, so it ain't nothing too expensive.
Mm.
It's just the amount of manpower. Because I
Yeah,
remember we did do it one year. It was a year where
yeah, I
all of
remember
us,
that.
and like my mama was out there, my aunties, cousins, everybody was out there. We was kicking it, big kicking it. So it was like that was easier. Everybody ain't with her like that no more. So it's like, nah, like we
Yeah, dude,
not.
set up and takedown can be a pain in the ass just because it's so hard to get into.
It's not even that is a pain in the ass,
Yeah,
but it's also you got to be there the whole day
yeah,
in one spot. Like at least with me, I'll bounce around and do a whole bunch of stuff, leave, come back.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll do so too much at Texas. So being in one spot is different.
yeah.
You
It
know
kind
what
of
I'm
gets
saying?
stifling.
Yeah, but
It does.
she will make bank. The only thing is like we well my auntie she's actually getting to that point where we're about to transition her into digital. So
Really?
oh yeah, we getting towards that.
Okay.
Like I think we're I mean as we've been progressing because I keep bringing up Generation YN because me and Quentin was talking about it, man. We're gonna start making some merch that say Generation YN. You know what I'm saying? Just like they had generate. Remember the Generation X commercials that used to come out for Pepsi? We're gonna do that same thing for Generation YN. Make some shirts and we're gonna pump it out there. You know what I'm saying?
Could you
Because I
imagine?
know somebody gonna wear it.
Could you imagine people wearing that unironically?
Shoot.
Yeah, but see, you got to tell them what the whole premise was with the pullover.
Oh yeah. I sent Quentin some artwork. I think everybody needs to wear a baklava, the shiesty mask. So like I sent him some sketches of like businessmen wearing shiesty masks. I got one with a preacher with a shiesty mask on. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the whole thing. Like the theme behind you being a YN, the official sign that you're a YN, you got a shiesty mask. So we put everybody in shiesty masks because, like I said, like a YN is not just a young black person. Everybody got this YN mentality, man. Like I now that ever since I said it, I can't unsee it.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Everybody's a YN to me.
The shiesty mask. Okay.
Uh,
So so technically what you're talking about. Okay. So in terms of facial coverings, it's a balaclava, right?
Balaclava, yeah,
There's a couple different versions. So the balaclava versions, basically it's like a ninja. It's like a ninja headgear, right?
yeah.
It's got a full opening for the eyes, right? It's got a full opening for the eyes. Is what it is. That's all it is. It's full open the eyes, because it's meant to be worn underneath the helmet with goggles on, right? It's
Right.
military. Okay. Other versions of the balaclava, because so people think of the balaclava as just a way to hide your face, right? So other versions of the balaclava that people have worn, I mean, the simple I don't have a balaclava, I need something to cover my face, is going to be pantyhose.
Oh yeah. Give me the money.
Yeah, I mean, like you want to cover your face, but you don't have a balaclava, pantyhose, right?
Yeah.
If you
You
want to
tell
cover,
anybody I took them, I'll kill you.
yeah, but if you want to cover your face, don't have a balaclava, and you don't want to wear pantyhose, and you have enough time, go to a sporting goods store, get a ski mask. Okay, and some of those are going to have, like, eye holes, right? So some of the eye holes. So imagine if you could have a YN shiesty mask that is a ski mask version with eye holes and a mouth hole. Okay, except now you can basically create it so that it's fabric blackface.
What do you mean?
So yeah, so picture this. Picture a ski balaclava, a ski mask, right? With eye holes and a mouth hole. Right?
Yeah.
You can make it black, as most will be, right? Shiesty
What, have
mask,
like red lips or something like that on there?
red lips and big white.
The Gucci did that and got backlash.
Really?
Heck yeah. I remember that. Like they did that during the COVID and people was not feeling that one.
Do I know? But except that's Gucci. You're creating a YN brand.
Now I mean like when I thought about it, yes, it could go into like making a mask, like a mask could be the signature product. I like right now, I'm just in shirt mode and hoodie mode. So it's like, and then even I was telling Quentin, like I got this new vinyl printer where I can print out big pieces of vinyl and press one whole design on the shirt.
Okay.
So I'm like, man, I'm about to maximize that and just use that because it's like you know what I'm saying? It's pretty much time for me to kind of show people what I can do as far as design. And it's like the invest your culture thing, you know, which is, you know, people were watching this. There was a brand I created. Like it was like the stepping stone. And it's gonna be something I use, but now like I've always been into the like graphic t-shirts and everything. Now it's like, well, why aren't you making graphic t-shirts? That's something that you was always into. I'm getting into a mode of like making graphic t-shirts and everything like that.
Okay.
So like a generation YN just, and I'm not even looking at that as a brand. I'm looking at it just like this is just about to be the wave right now. This is about to just be the theme. Just go with it.
Are you gonna make it as like a gag thing, or is it a
More
serious
like a
thing?
gag because it's like, you know, I can make it as big as I want to. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like it can be a gag, it can be funny. It's also like thinking who's gonna wear it. Also, you know what I'm saying? Will YNs wear it?
I mean,
Hey,
think about it. Who would wear a shiesty mask?
YNs. Not or like right now. No, like Shiesty Mask ain't really in.
Yeah, of course
I
not. I mean, like,
I've been seeing them though.
You can still wear a Shiesty Mask. Like I know my girlfriend. She
I see
gets
I
mad
see,
when I wear the
I see
Shiesty
that
Mask.
as questionable. I mean, like, somebody wearing a shiesty mask. So for those out there unfamiliar with the term shiesty mask, okay, and this is funny, it's shiesty is not really a word, but it's based on a real word, shies. Shies is shit. So shiesty is like technically it's like a shitty mask.
Shiesty is like I don't know how to. It's like a ghetto for us. It's a ghetto word. Like it's just for somebody that's untrustworthy. I remember they used to say
Yeah.
my brother used to say my dad was shiesty.
Yeah, okay.
Like
So the word in German is Scheiße. So Scheiße means shit, right?
Yeah.
So Shiesty technically, I guess, would be shitty.
yeah, but in our culture, right, where it
Okay.
really blew up, there was a rapper that came out. His name was Pooh Shiesty, and he popularized the Shiesty mask.
Okay,
and that's
so
why
yeah.
it became. That's
So-
why it became the
Well,
Shiesty.
no. Think about it. Think about his name.
Uh-huh.
Pooh Shiesty is Pooh Shiesty.
Oh no, I
It's
hear
Pooh.
what you saying.
He's Poo Poo.
That's funny.
His name is Poo Poo. Is what his name is. It's Pooh in two different languages, right?
yeah, man.
That's what his name is. It's which is smart. It's like, oh wow, I'll trick them. I'll call him
But-
Pooh Shiesty.
Man, Pooh Shiesty in jail right now. That's some shit.
He probably used a shiesty mask in a holdup or something.
You know what? He didn't like he did it. It's funny. He's in jail for holding somebody up as a rapper. He robbed somebody in a McLaren. He was in a $300,000 McLaren. They were buying shoes. Instead of buying the shoes, they robbed the guy. And he didn't have a shiesty on that day.
That's an easy car to spot, man.
Yeah.
That's the
You can see
dumbest
it.
thing I've ever heard.
Look, you can see him. It's clear as day in the McLaren. Lifted up the doors, and you can see him pull out the gun and point it at the guy. And the guy gave up the shoes. Why they got caught? Of course, it's on camera, but why they got caught is because when they left the scene, they not only did they not get the shoes, but they left the money. And the money, they were able to trace the money because he had like one thing that Pooh Shiesty also popularized was the money spread. People
Yeah,
would
okay.
put a whole bunch of money on their arms and everything like that, and do funny tricks with money. He had took a picture with the money.
And you can see the serial numbers.
You could see the serial numbers. They tried to make us. He doing like 4 to 5 years right now. He's supposed to get out next year.
Oh, that's worth it. That's awesome.
Yeah, Pooh Shiesty was the one, and like he used to do shows with the mask on because he had blew up during COVID. Like when COVID happened, he blew up. Like, and it was just like he was doing shows with the Shiesty mask, and it just started a whole wave where it became the Shiesty. I got a couple shiesties because I sold
I
some.
know I've seen you wearing one. Here's a
Oh
question
yeah,
though. See, so why is it a fashion choice to wear a shiesty mask? Is that what it is?
man. During that time, it was. I don't like.
I mean, now
I couldn't.
if you were to wear a shiesty now, what would it be? Is it a deliberate fashion choice? It's not to keep you warm, right?
It's not to keep you warm. It's only for a fashion choice. So you have to make high grade, fashionable shiesty mask. You have to wear a shiesty mask that's so fly. Because during that time, during COVID, people like the mask, people were wearing very, very high quality, nice masks. Like mask was the wave back then. And I seen a couple people where I was like, dang, that mask was fly as hell. And you know what I'm saying? It just, COVID went away, mask went away.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, like, I fully embraced the mask. I mean, like, dude, I still have them here somewhere. I bought Oni masks. So they
Mm,
go. So you have your standard mask underneath, right? And this is something that inserts over. It's if you ever seen feudal era Japanese armor, they have the helmets and then they have a face mask that they tie onto it that looks
yeah.
like a demon. So
Yeah.
I have these things. It has a demon's nose and it has fangs, right?
Oh
So
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I've seen one of
yeah, I
those.
have
Yeah.
Oni masks. I have a few of them, right? Which
Hmm.
I would because heck, we're allowed to walk around like it's Halloween.
Every
So
day, all
so
day.
freaking I'm out there wearing Oni masks and sunglasses. It looks like a character out of what's it called? Like out of like what's it called? Modern Warfare, right? Like they're wearing the
Hmm.
ghost masks, right? That's what I look like
Yeah.
for COVID, right? Because you can.
Hmm.
I walked into a bank. This is crazy. I walked during the pandemic. I walked into a bank wearing a cowboy hat, okay, sunglasses, and a bandana tied around my face as if I was like an old west robber,
And
right?
they let you come
And I
in.
walked in and I had my little brief bag and I got in line like that. And nobody looked at me twice.
Nobody thought about. People gonna may think about it twice now. You come
Yes.
in there
Oh
with a
heck
mask
yeah.
on.
Yeah, yeah, now
You're like,
yes.
what the hell is going on? I thought. And the funny thing about it, I always thought I was like, this is the scariest time on earth. Everybody got a mask on.
Yeah.
Crime. It felt like crime was like non-existent, but it
Weird,
was
right?
also like, I mean, man, we should like just thinking about it. Everybody had money, so why rob somebody?
It's true. They just gave it they was like, just handing it out.
Yeah, like everybody, like I wish the world could go back to like it's like COVID was such a simpler time.
Dude, actually, tell the truth, yeah, I mean, one of my best periods of consulting was during that time,
Yeah, man, you
right?
know, and like I'm telling you, everybody who did not like it felt like if you didn't listen to the news, you were living your best life.
Yeah, dude,
You was living your
it was
best
odd how
life.
good things were during that time. It was so, it was, yeah, it was, yeah. If you weren't listening to the news and you weren't going shopping,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean,
like
you knew things that hit the fan when you had to get in line outside the supermarket to be let in 20 people at a time,
Yeah.
right? Walking through a Ralph's that only had 20 people inside it was weird. That was really, really weird, right? With a line of 150 people trying to get in, right? That was
mhm.
weird.
The strangest thing for me was when I got off work and there was no one on the freeway but me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And and that's the funny thing. I think that okay. So things are constantly evolving. Business constantly evolves. You can't. And one of the dangers of being in business physically is adapting to something and having the physical world just rapidly change, and all of a sudden you're not equipped to deal with the new reality,
Hmm.
right? Like a great example is I've always complained about how much consumerism has grown. People buy way more than they need. People are constantly consuming things they don't need to consume. Okay.
Hmm.
And I mean, that's the reality. I mean, I personally like to live within my means. And I mean, like, even below my means, right? I look to have a certain number of enthusiasms to keep me occupied. So I try not to have like hobbies coming out my butt that I spend crazy money on, right? Because a lot
Mm-hmm.
of people do everything and don't really enjoy themselves because they can't put focus on anything. They're doing so many things that nothing gets focused. They do so many things they can't get getting good at one thing, right? They're pulling too many directions. But people buy crazy. I mean, like I know people who go to TJ Maxx and buy stuff they never wear
True.
just to buy it, right? They're just consuming. They're consuming, 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 right? They've been told, oh, it's cheap. Buy 15 different colors of the same thing, right? And people do that,
I
right?
didn't buy it.
And I think that's fine if you want to do it, right? But usually you're drawn in that direction by marketing. Somebody has conditioned you to think that way. Okay, I think that it's an individual's responsibility to be above the messaging, right? So I help people create messaging to make people consume. At the same time, I try not to consume myself. I don't believe it's hypocritical because I personally believe that my job is to get you to do things that you shouldn't do.
Oh, well, yeah, don't get high off your own supply.
Exactly. And that's how I believe it to be, right? So when the economy gets to a point where it's artificially large,
Yeah.
right? I mean, people are buying. See, because the reason people are buying so much, is people can't really afford it. They're going to debt to buy all this stuff, and at some point in time, the crushing burden of debt gets to the point that people need a reset. Right? Things spiral out of control the same way that real estate does it. I mean, like values rise artificially and exponentially, and all of a sudden you reach a point where the market's not sustainable, and there's a huge crash. And what was $800,000 is now dropped back to $5 overnight, right? And people who owe $8 on a property worth $5 walk away from it, causing an incredible amount of inventory in the market, ruining their credit in the process. I mean, like people get just completely jacked over by it, but it's a hard reset, right? So when the economy reaches a point where people can't, so many businesses have been created selling things people don't need at prices that they can't afford, right? And at some point in time, the economy resets and the economy contracts, and businesses go out of business, right? You don't want to be one of those businesses that's not positioned to survive that. Right? A business that's over leveraged, a business that has way too much standing inventory, a business, I mean, like you don't want to be there, right? But
Right.
many people will be there, right? It's your job as somebody going into business to take calculated risks. It's like, okay, by doing this, I know that that if it hits the fan, I'll be in trouble. But if I can liquidate all this before it hits the fan and get out, I'm not. I mean, that's the risk in it, right? But that's the reason why physical business can sometimes be scary.
Oh yeah.
Because and people are providing goods and services that people really don't need.
True.
Right? I mean, I've seen restaurants selling food for crazy, like we've talked about that, the gold gilded steaks. Who needs a gold gilded steak? It's just nuts, right?
Yeah.
I mean, who needs like $35 French fries?
Who needs truffle French fries? Like
Things like that. I mean, like imagine truffle fries from like a food truck or from a little corner store. I mean, I've seen really expensive fries at fine dining places. Like I've talked before about going to a restaurant and getting a Kobe beef hot dog. Right, I've done that. I mean, it was being paid for by somebody else. Get anything you want, Kobe beef hot dog, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, why? I mean, in that environment, I can see it. In that high end elevated steakhouse environment, I could see it. Okay, the people going there can easily afford to drop money on that hot dog, right? Which, by the way, didn't taste any better than a good Nathan French. I mean, it tasted like a really good hot dog.
Okay.
But it didn't taste like a hot dog with the price tag that it had, right? But I can see somebody, because it was at a restaurant called Boa. I could see that at Boa, because who goes to Boa? People could afford that kind of hot dog, right? I mean,
Right.
that's like nothing, right? But selling truffle fries in some place in Lancaster is kind of like, I mean, I could see truffle fries at Boa at that price point or higher, right? But I just can't see it in a mini mall in Lancaster or Palmdale. But yet there it is, right? When the economy contracts, things like that will be the first on the chopping block. People will stop buying like $30 egg sandwiches,
Mm-hmm.
right? Off of food trucks, right? That will go away because suddenly people will shift into like survival. I mean, like, they'll realize I can't be spending my cash on these little experiences. They're going to start conserving
Yep.
because the economy is going to suck.
Man, people was going on cruises. People were exploring the world. I mean, like, the only thing that I think about that time is just like I said, the crime rate was down.
Yeah.
People have money in their pocket, and it's like, you know, it's just because I just think the money is artificial, and I understand there's a grand scheme of money and everything like that. I mean, it'll be interesting to see like when we keep going forward because people keep saying that AI is going to take away people's jobs, right? If we're AI takes away people's jobs and say they bring in a universal income, right? What would that turn to? Will we be living in the days of COVID again?
Wait,
Like, is it?
but
Huh?
there's the other thing. I mean, how can you have universe? See
I don't
that
think you could.
see that's the crazy part. Where does the money for universal income come from?
Taxpayers.
Taxation, right? Can you tax? See, taxing universal income sounds ridiculous, right? Because you're taxing something. Remember, when you tax something, do you take it all? No, right? Because you got to live
No.
on something like, let's say you're paying 25% taxes on. Let's say you receive $100,000 and you pay 25,000, right? How's that $25,000? Because the $100,000 was entirely provided. That's universal income. The 100,000 was entirely provided by taxes, right? How are you going
Right.
to tax somebody 25 grand to provide 100 grand to somebody? It's just not
Right.
possible. So it's got to come from somewhere, right? And so that means not everyone can get it. See, the term universal income assumes that everybody gets it because it's universal,
Right.
right? So how are they going to do that? It makes no sense.
Ain't
gotta-
no telling.
Yeah, it's like how can you give somebody $100 if you're taking $25? Oh, but I'm the reason why we can give them 100 is because we take 25 from 4 people, but those 4 people each get 100. How's it going to work? I mean, like, how are you going to take? It's like the whole loaves and fishes thing, right? It's like, oh wow, it's like in South Park, like Jesus is now a counselor. Will Jesus be in charge of universal income?
Right.
It's like, okay, here. And he's like, hey, JC, here's $25, make it 100. Boom.
Yeah, you know what? It's so funny because it's like Jesus being the counselor is really like I love this storyline on South Park. Even though people be like, oh, they're making a mockery out of Christ. Actually not. Because it was like if Jesus was a counselor, it was actually as if Jesus was the counselor.
And the craziest thing is he's the only person living in reality, kind of.
He was the only, like, when he was like, this is demonic. Yeah, it's demonic. Wait a minute. They shouldn't be doing this. Yo,
Yeah.
what you going to do about it?
He's the only person who's like looking at it and saying, wait a second, is everybody here just, are you high? Basically, Jesus, he's the only person.
And that's why I'm like, people who say that, like, and of course, like, because remember, this whole thing has been about Charlie Kirk, right? We keep coming back to
Keep
Charlie
going back
Kirk.
to it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they had to take that episode down.
No, okay. They took it down in Comedy Central. It's still up on.
Oh, it's still up on
Paramount.
Paramount. Because I only watch it on Paramount. I didn't check. I just heard that they took it down
It's
though.
still there
Yeah, okay. I heard that they removed it, and I was like,
on
oh,
Comedy
yeah.
Central.
Yeah. Okay, good. Because it's like I was like, I don't. Even though like how we were talking, right? I didn't know that was about Charlie Kirk until
But here's
until we had the conversation.
Here's the thing. I watched it again, And see, when I first saw it, I didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. And so Cartman attends this awards ceremony in full on. He's got the hairstyle and everything, right? And
Yeah.
he's trying to win this thing, right? He's trying to win the Master Debater Award, right? And it's the name of the award ceremony, the award show is the Charlie Kirk Awards. That's what it was actually called. I mean, like, and I missed that, but I didn't miss it. I just didn't know who he was. So when they called it the Charlie Kirk Awards, it didn't mean anything to me. See, I knew it's okay. This has got to be some political pundit. This has got to be some podcast host or something. That's what I thought. Right? I didn't realize who the guy was until 2 weeks later or a week and a half later. Suddenly the guy's in the news everywhere because he's just been shot. And yeah, but coming back to me, like, this guy. So I don't know how we're gonna hobble this together in the edit, but the guy who killed Charlie Kirk, I don't see him as left. I don't see him as right. The dude's, if anything, he's somebody who's gotten to a dark place, and he's a criminal. That's what he is. And everything aside, the dude is just a criminal. I mean, the guy committed an unthinkable crime.
And like I said, and I would keep bringing this back home because he has a YN mindset. Was not thinking about the future.
Yeah.
He killed Charlie Kirk in front of a studio audience, man.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
There was people just cheering as he got killed.
Yeah. Nuts.
That was wild to me.
Yeah,
when I saw the guy get up, was like, yeah, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, that reaction just insane. I mean, like, how can people,
that was insane.
How can people react? I mean, there's cases
like it was a football game.
Now the craziness,
you know what I'm saying?
The craziness is this, okay? I mean, there are people. Yeah, I'll admit. Okay, in the past, there are people who, when they were eliminated, felt good about it. Right? There's some people you feel good about, right? Like, let's give examples. Bin Laden. The entire portion of the world cheered that one, right?
Yeah.
They sent in a team to because he was, and that people point to that as an extrajudicial act, right? Something
right.
But the thing is that there's the whole deck of cards thing. He's the most wanted person in the world, right? It's a dead or alive situation. Okay. The order, there's a kill or capture order, right? Or sometimes plain kill, right? I mean, like, they were saying, he's fair game, right? Anybody could have, any nation in the world could have gone after that, right? That's war. Okay. So there's that one you rooted for. Through the hype, of course, people cheered when they took down, what's his name? Iraq. Oh shoot, I'm forgetting.
So Hussein. People
were happy about that one, right?
I don't know. I was a kid. I watched it, but I didn't know what to think.
When the situation unraveled later on, I mean, like, thing is that we went in with one reason, didn't materialize, but we were too far in it now. Had to push.
Never found the weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, too far in it now. Had to push forward, right? Went in half cocked, but we committed. So we have to whip the nation into a frenzy to get that done, right?
There's only few people that you can cheer for that when they actually passed away. There's only few people, and a lot of people who you should have cheered for when they passed away are idolized. Like, people didn't cheer when what was his name? Jesus Christ! I just had his name on my top of my head. Pablo Escobar. Nobody cheered when he died. He was idolized. He has movies and television shows about him. People got him on shirts saying in loving memory of a drug dealer.
Okay, so how about serial killers?
People love Jeffrey Dahmer after that show.
I know they do, but he died. I mean, like, and certain people are obsessed with them. Other people are hate. I mean, like, I'm sure that there was a certain number of people who were glad that he's gone.
Yeah.
Who else you got? I
Well, the Unabomber, I think that
Ted
might
Kaczynski.
like, hmm?
Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, Ted, because that was probably one. Because I mean, I wasn't alive for all of them, right?
Yeah.
But I was alive when they was like, we're trying to find a Unabomber, and then when I finally watched the documentary on him, I was like, dang, this dude was killing people before I was alive,
Oh yeah,
and they
he
found him
was
when I was born.
dude. That dude was prolific. Now here's one. Now here's the first time I remember feeling good about somebody's misfortune in that way. Okay, I distinctly remember this. And Raymond, I don't think you were alive at the time. Quentin, you definitely were. And I have a direct connection to this story because one of the murders committed was in my town I lived in the time. Actually, within 4 miles of where I actually lived. Okay, Richard Ramirez, bless you, Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. Okay, Richard Ramirez killed somebody in Diamond Bar when I lived there. I remember being like in 7th or 8th grade, and I remember when it happened. I mean, I was already getting into things like I was in martial arts, and then I was getting into things like guns and stuff like that and other weapons. I remember when it happened. For some reason, my parents were away for a weekend or a night or something like that, and I had friends over. And I remember the house we lived in had a what's called a conversation pit. It's sunken area in the living room with built-in couches with cushions. So me and my friends camped out by the fireplace in the sunken living room, right? And under those cushions, this is crazy. My friend Kirk brought a compound bow. Okay, my other friend brought they're called sai. They're they're a 3-pronged martial arts weapon. The Japanese. I had a 357 Magnum revolver. Not a pellet gun, an actual 357 Magnum revolver. Okay, and a 22 rifle. Okay, and we had those things. Another friend brought nunchucks. Right, and so we had another guy brought a samurai sword used for kata, unsharpened, dull. Right, but if you thrust it at somebody, you'll definitely stab them. It's serious. It's a serious piece of steel, but it's not sharpened. So we had all these things concealed around us, and we left the windows in the house open, hoping he'd come back. And I remember distinctly telling my friends, "Okay, if we left booby traps, like things that would make noise. I mean, we're 8th grade kids, like it's like the Goonies, right?" I remember it's like, okay, you gotta let him come inside. We can't kill him outside. Because then we'd be in trouble. If we kill him inside the house, we're sure to get away with it. That's what we were talking about.
Seriously plotting.
What's that?
You were seriously plotting.
Yeah, we were ready because we had the windows open. We had a bunch of kids, like innocent kids, to be victims, right? That's us. And then when he got near enough, we'd freaking just go to town on him, right?
Yeah, it was trying to catch him.
Yeah, but what happened, and nothing happened. Obviously, didn't come around.
Right.
But what happened later on, within the next year or so, this is then I remember when I said I remember actively cheering somebody's misfortune. He got he got caught trying to do something in, I want to say, East LA. So he was so he broke into somebody's house and he was discovered, and he was chased down by residents. Okay, so a bunch of Angelinos beat the living crap out of him. I mean, I'm surprised that they left anything to be arrested.
Yeah.
Right? They chased his ass down,
yeah.
and they gave him a beat down, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But yet they didn't. I mean, geez, I mean, like, he had terrorized Southern California for, like, it was that summer. It was terrible. I mean, like, he killed a lot. That's a serial killer, right?
Right.
He had, I think he had a pentagram carved either into, I think in his paw, he carved a pentagram, something like, it was basically claiming to be satanic. It was crazy, right? And so I'm surprised they let him live to get arrested.
In certain situations, we'd rather have a slow death.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, we saw that in the news. We saw that in the news that he had been caught and he had been detained by local area residents, right? And they
right.
described him I'm like, I was jealous in that moment
weren't there.
That you didn't catch him.
That wasn't me, right? Because me and my friends had plotted his.
Everybody had a weapon.
We were plotting, right? We really wanted to get this guy. Like he hit my town, right? And so we wanted this guy so bad, right?
Yeah.
And then so they finally got him, and that's the first time I remember actively cheering for somebody's injury. I mean, he's a serial killer, right? But regular people not breaking the law, saying things you don't agree with, but some people say he's inciting violence. You can see it that way. He's inciting division, but but he's bringing up uncomfortable topics to talk about them. And he
was inciting division. He was a racist. He was a white supremacist. I've heard it all this week for people to justify cheering on this man's death.
But none of that. I mean, if he is or isn't any of those things, but none of those things justifies in any way, shape, or form what happened to him. Right?
No, it doesn't. I like that's how I look at it. It's like he didn't have to go out like that.
Yeah,
you couldn't prove him wrong, so you shot him. I don't agree with that one. I would have rather somebody proved him wrong.
Yeah, and the thing was, he wasn't telling people to go out there and kill people.
He was not telling people to go. But I think and this is where I think it's going to get kind of intense. We're going back to the Generation YN, right? This is white on white crime. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've seen a lot of white on white crime right now, and their crime is a little bit more. I mean, come on. We had somebody try to shoot Trump last year. We had somebody try to got Charlie Kirk this year. You know what I'm saying? We saw the guy who tried to lay down Scalise. It's going to turn up. People always keep saying that we're on the edge of a civil war, and when I look at it, it's going to be against white liberals versus white conservatives.
Yeah, I mean, it's a liberal conservative thing. I mean, and for the most part, and you're right. I mean, people in that space. I mean, it's war between comfortable people.
It's war, and it's like, but the crazy thing because his wife was like, his death was like a battle cry. I'm that's what made me think about it. I'm like, a battle cry for who? Because I ain't about to fight for Charlie. I was like, what, white people about to fight white people? Is that what you talking about?
Well, I mean, and that's what it is. It's a war between comfortable people. Because think about it. Who has the time to care about these things? I mean, people who have something to do don't care, right?
Man, I would have never I could have been on that campus and be like, who is this guy? Who is this guy? And why are y'all all out here for this?
Yeah.
I've done stuff like that where I was like, what is going on today? And why is everybody cracking today? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have cared about that. I wouldn't
going to other countries where people have real problems, this stuff doesn't matter.
Yeah, white people problems.
It's a first world problem. First world problems to them, and to us, it's like a white people problem. Actually, the funny thing is, I see among conservative commentators conservative content creators, and I don't even know because of what I promote. Creating what works. I don't know if I believe any of these creators. Right? Because
I don't believe nobody.
Because if what they're creating is working, it could just be for the money.
Yep.
Right? It could just be the money. And so I see Asian conservative creators, a lot of Asian conservative creators, right? And I'm like, okay, they're saying stuff I'm hearing from other people. Are they jumping on a bandwagon to profit off of the views? And if they are, there's nothing wrong with that, right? But still, I mean, do they really care? I don't know.
Yeah, I remember I had a big wave with watching Candace Owens, and I look at her the same way now. You're just saying stuff. Yeah. Some of it may be true, some of it may not be true, but the reason why you're getting the views is because you're saying these things. You're catering to your audience.
Yeah.
You're catering enough to your audience, and you're constantly speaking. Because I used to be one of those people. I was like, "What Candace about to talk about today?"
Yeah, let's call it catering. I don't like the word pandering.
Yeah, it's catering. I like that word too.
Because you're a business and you're catering to a specific audience. You know their needs, you know their likes, you know their wants. You're giving it to them. That's not
Right.
pandering. Okay, that's
Definitely
catering.
not pandering.
Okay, it's not pandering, right? You're catering to them. Okay, see, pandering treats them as if they're idiots, whether they're idiots or not. Okay, that's left up in the air, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is your audience, this is your market, this is your base, this is your consumer base. You're not pandering to your base. You're catering to your base. You're giving
Right.
them what they want,
Right.
right? That's what it is. And so, when it comes down to it, the only people with time enough to care about these things are people without a lot of pressing needs coming down on them,
Mm-hmm.
right? If you're trying to figure out how to pay the rent, do you really care about trans people in sports on either
No.
side of the argument? Not really. If you're trying to pay rent.
No. A lot, man, I'm telling you, a lot of these arguments that people have and that are so complex and so deep, I don't even think about because like I said, like we said, I got to deal with my son. I got to deal with how am I going to get to the next level of my business? How am I going to grow spiritually? I don't care about nothing that these people got going on. And then I've even got like, that's why I keep bringing up the whole thing of not being provoked by people who are job is to provoke you.
Yeah.
That was Charlie Kirk's job
Yeah.
to provoke you.
Yeah.
That was it. Either if it was going to provoke you, like, of course, he probably had a goal to provoke you to his ideology and his way of thinking, but he didn't. He wanted to provoke the far left. Like we just didn't expect him to provoke people that much to where somebody will want to get on top of a building and shoot him. You know what I'm saying? I would have, if I was Charlie Kirk, I would have never thought that would
It
happen.
doesn't take much to provoke somebody who's on the edge anyway into
Right.
that.
But that's the thing, though. The kid grew up in Utah, had a nice family. How are you on the edge?
No,
What are
no,
you on the edge
remember,
about?
We know very little about him. I mean,
Isolated.
he could be mentally ill. We don't
And
know.
you know what? That's another. Like we were supposed to have a health conversation today. We should talk about health next time.
We will. We promise.
Mental, physical.
We promise to talk
emotional.
about in a holistic way next time. We will talk about health. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, because we got a lot to talk about as far as health
we
business.
do because we have journeys happening, right? You have your journey into the world of straight edge, right? You have that going on. I have my trying to get back into shape, fit beyond 50 thing happening.
Right.
We got and Quentin's trying to do the I don't want to be a 90-pound weakling thing.
Yep,
So
we're getting-
I'm at 130 now, 140.
there you go. He's
Woo, there you go.
Quentin's already escaped it. He's ready to show results.
Yeah.
But we got to get to that. But we have gone quite a bit. We've talked quite a bit, and it's been a good conversation. I mean, like a lot of good things. And so where we stand on the Charlie Kirk thing is that he had opinions that some people shared and some people didn't. I don't think that anything that he said could be taken as, I mean, like, he did nothing illegal. The guy did nothing illegal, right? Not like Alex Jones, who specifically targeted individuals to cause pain. Maybe he didn't intend to, but that's what he did.
Yep.
Charlie Kirk did not cause any specific individual pain. He never said, man, there's this guy, Raymond McDaniel, that blah, 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 blah. He lives at this address. You guys should all go send him hate mail. He never said anything like that.
He never said nothing like that.
He had provocative ideas, right? But those are the ideas that he wanted to create discussion around them. Okay. There's people on the other side of the aisle that do the same thing, right? And
All the time.
everybody out there who has something to say should be able to say it. Okay.
Absolutely.
They should be able to build themselves a platform. He built a platform more successful than most. And that's one of the reasons why people hated him so much. Because he was successful. People
don't hate the player, hate the game.
Exactly. And what happened to him is the act of a single, beyond, I mean, the word is a single criminal. He did
lone actor.
Yeah, lone act, single criminal. Well, maybe we still don't know if the roommate was in it.
The roommate was in it. I
There's a
think the roommate
possibility.
was that one that I saw in that video talking about see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. So that's where we're at with him now. It's something that should have never happened. I think that people like that. I mean, and you bring on the protection you can afford, and it's your choice. I mean, if you're a public figure, you run that kind of a risk. It's your choice what kind of risk you take. I mean, do you get threatened and then turtle up? Contract, get out of the public eye so to be safe, but lose your brand, lose your momentum. Do you
No.
find other ways to interact? Do you spend more money in your security to give yourself a safer environment? Who knows, right?
Yeah.
I just think that I mean, there comes a time where it's good to be paranoid, right? Had he been more paranoid, he'd still be alive. There's
Yeah.
like I said, there's a lot of ways he could have kept himself safer,
Yeah.
right? He could have sat behind armored glass. He could have done that, right? It may have
He did.
it may have affected how the audience saw him, but he's on a mic. They'd hear him just fine. He could have
Yeah.
done that. It's possible.
Yeah.
A lot
It
of
would have
other
got to
things.
that. It would have got to that point if the guy would have missed.
Yeah, if he would have missed, if he'd have survived this, that's where it would be.
Next thing.
Like I said, like I think he took precautions.
Yeah,
It's always the last thing you was thinking about
yeah.
that gets you.
He just didn't believe it would. I mean, like but the thing, but that's the thing. One thing he did mention. Okay, that is he believed in Second Amendment rights, right? He believed in people's right to bear arms in the United States, right? I mean, completely unfettered, right? That's what he believed, and he believed that, I mean, gun violence is gonna happen, regardless of the legality or illegality of weapons, right? If you want to get firearms, because they exist, right? If you want to get them, you can, no matter what, right? And some people believe this, some people don't. That if guns are illegal, if you criminalize firearm ownership, only criminals will have firearms.
Right.
I do believe that is true.
I don't know. So there'll be some illegal ones with some other people.
What?
There will be some people that wouldn't be just criminals having them too.
Well, remember though, if firearms are criminalized,
And they would be criminals to
technically
have
they'd be
them.
criminals too, right? But yeah, I mean, like, and he talked about a certain number of gun deaths being the price for the freedom, right? He became a statistic in his own argument.
Yep.
But I believe that if you really believe these things, you accept that you could be a statistic, right?
Yeah.
And it's a matter of trying not to become one. I mean, like, one of the reasons I underwent, training in martial arts is to not be a statistic. And the reason why a lot of the stuff that I know how to do is so that I don't become a statistic, right? Like, I don't want to be like in all areas. I don't want to be the guy whose car breaks down on the freeway and I'm sitting out there with the hood up looking at it. You see that all the time, right? Car broken down the side of the road, hood's up, a guy's looking in at the engine, and that dude has no idea what he might as well just sit in the car rather than look at it, because he's not going to know a thing, right? I can look at that and know something. I mean, I can fix it, right? That's the whole point of it. I mean, I'm prepared. I can do that. I can change it. I mean, like, you learn certain skills so that you're not stranded in situations, right? If you know how to handle yourself in a physical situation, you're not going to be that guy who's just a random victim of violence,
Right.
right? If you know how to defend yourself, if you know how to initiate a early offensive in case, I mean, like, if you know how to do that, you're not going to be that dude who's just a statistic. And if you do become a statistic, at least you put up a fight getting there.
Well, I know, it's a first, it's a second, and I already know, like, I mean, I would love to be on a Charlie Kirk level where I'm packing out
Right?
school campuses, but I already know. I saw how they tried to do Trump. I saw how they did Charlie. Check them buildings, y'all was tripping. y'all supposed to check the buildings anyway.
Well, yeah, that and protect him properly, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I mean, like if knowing about these things going in it, yeah, you go into, I mean, you go into situations and you learn what you need to keep yourself safe, right? Try to not to
Mhm.
be a statistic, but he became one, and I think that, you know, he'll look at it, and if he believed in what he's saying, he'd accept that he's a statistic
Yeah.
because it happens. I mean, like in any society with, that's the thing. What's one of the leading causes of death in the United States or in the world is auto accidents. Is it a reason to eliminate automobiles?
Nope.
We accept a certain number of people dying in auto accidents
Hmm. I
because,
expect a couple people get shot.
yeah, there'll be gun violence. There will be auto accidents. Planes will crash.
Niggas get shot every day, B.
Right? Things happen,
Hmm.
right? Yeah, it really sucks. I mean, it feels different and it sucks if you're on the receiving end of the bad news, right? But
Yeah. I feel for his wife because
yeah,
that would have drove me crazy. My girl got up there and got like, my significant other get up there, get shot. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm there. Oh man, that would have drove me crazy.
yeah,
You know what I mean? But I'm just watching her like the whole battle cry thing. I'm like, okay, white people about to start fighting each other. That's gonna be
yeah.
wild, and I'm gonna be here for it.
But
If y'all want to provoke yourselves to start fighting each other,
well,
I'll
no,
go do it.
that's not necessarily what she means. Okay,
Uh,
so I'm getting texts from them. Did you get
from
texts
who?
from them?
From who?
I
Who's
I got
texting you?
it. Yeah. So
The
I got it.
Kurds?
Here we go. Hold on. Um,
Charlie texting them from the dead. It's crazy.
Wait a second. Hold on. Here it is. And it's either from the organizations or it's from somebody trying to make some money from it. Erica Kirk, I refuse to let the movement Charlie built die. I will only grow stronger, bolder, louder. Join me. Then there's a link
Oh
where they
man.
stop equals end. Basically, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get more people to sign on and become part of their organization. They're trying to get more people on their mailing lists to be able to affect more. That's what they're using this as. They're using this as a rally cry to grow.
Hmm.
That's what they're doing.
Yep.
And
We ain't. The marathon must continue. We should
yeah,
continue the turning point.
and the violence is senseless, and they're right in that. Yeah, I mean, like you shouldn't let this be something that stops what they're trying to do, right?
Hmm.
On the flip side, the opposition can do the same thing. I mean, it's like they could talk about how the violence is senseless, and that join us to basically join us to join the discussion. Both sides can
Hmm.
use this as a recruiting tool,
Yeah.
right? And that's what it's going to become. This is a recruiting tool now, right?
Yeah.
You can't let that kind of momentum go away.
Nope.
You
Definitely
have to
can't.
ride it. He's a
Gotta
martyr.
ride the wave.
He's a martyr. They got to use that. Okay, it's
Yeah.
smart, and it's got to be done, and it has to be done now.
Yeah.
Right?
His wife got to take up the mantle.
Yeah, it's the way it works. I mean, like in the Philippines, I keep coming back to this because our history has a lot of weird things too. The opposition leader who was exiled, his name was Benigno Aquino. So he was, I believe, he's a journalist. No, well, he was the opposition leader against Marcos, and he was in exile, and he came back to the country. He came back and he got off his, in the. I don't know if you guys have ever been to a place where you deplane onto the tarmac. They push the stairs up next to the plane. You get up. Yeah, he deplaned, and he was shot in the back of the head by his escort. Right there
Wow.
on the tarmac. He was coming back to the country, and he made his grand return, and he's shot on the tarmac. And that's what sparked the revolution.
Uh.
His wife, not a politician, his wife took up his mantle and whipped the country into a frenzy to run this revolution, and that's what drove the Marcoses out of the country. That they called it the People Power Revolution. And she jumped on it while the iron was hot. She did a couple terms as president. Their family is now a dynasty, a political dynasty. The Quinos, her son became president later on. Wasn't that great a one, but yeah. So it's craziness. I mean, that's what happens. Somebody with some clout's got to jump in and take up the mantle.
I mean, I was just talking about Candace Owens. Candace Owens is kind of riding his wave. This next day, she posted a video about Charlie, because I didn't know she came up with Charlie Kirk. Like I said, I didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. I don't know that much about Candace Owens. I know a little bit more about her, but she talked about how he came up with Charlie. 2.6 million views in like 3 hours.
So yeah, it's the perfect thing for her to write, because her audience feels the same way that his. I mean, it's
yeah, and then it's like even for me, people who know her now, you make an association. I mean, I'm not saying for her to take over Turning Point, but it is a perfect time to ride that way. Like even right now, this is her talking point. She's always going to talk about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. She already has other talking points, but Charlie Kirk is always for sure going to be a talking point for her now.
Yeah. I mean, and from a practical, and this is ending our thing here, but from a practical point of view, like we try to draw back the curtain on content and how you monetize it. Here we are talking about Charlie Kirk and the guy who shot him. Right? None of the three of us are adherents of his. We're not his followers.
Nope.
None of the three of us are in his party, really. I mean, we believe some of the things he believes in, but not others. Right? None of the three of us even really, I didn't know his name wasn't something that I recognized until he was gone, right?
He was gone.
But we're here talking about it.
Right.
For two reasons. One reason is that it's everywhere you look, right?
Yeah.
And it's a murder mystery at this point in time. It's something that you want to get to the bottom of. That's one reason. Genuine curiosity is driving this conversation. That's one thing. Second thing is we know as content creators that this as a topic will get eyeballs. That's just the simple truth of it. Right? People will see the name either of the victim or of the shooter in the title of this video, and they'll click on it. I mean, it's good for us. I mean, honest curiosity, and it's good for us. It's two reasons why that's the two reasons why we're talking about this right now.
Right.
Right. And people, if it helps us who we have no affiliation, no connection, think about people whose bases are connected to that. It's going to help them grow dramatically.
True.
Yeah.
Okay. But with that, we never got to health. That's our take on it. Shouldn't have happened. All conversations good. Everything you say is fair game until you're breaking the law. Right? No opinion is more valuable than another, and it just shouldn't have happened. Right? That's our take on it. The person who did it, if he did do it, if this is the guy who did it, he deserves whatever's coming to him, because he did something he should not have done.
Yeah, the governor said we do honor the death penalty.
He's going for
out
death.
here.
Yeah, Utah does death.
Oh, I was like, ooh
Yes.
wee. That's why I was hoping. I was like, man, hopefully that guy was a professional.
Yeah,
It's some random guy. You ain't getting away.
It's a bad situation with this dude, because it's a state that does that, and the only person who can give you reprieve from that in a state that goes that direction is the governor. So he ain't getting
no reprieve.
No quarters being given here. So yeah. So anyway, and if the guy did it, don't do the crime.
You can't do the
and
time.
you will not do any time.
Yeah, well, he ain't doing time here. If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. He should have never been cooking in this kitchen.
He should have never been cooking. Right.
And
Hired some help.
and the funny thing is that at first I thought that he wanted to get caught, but now I'm thinking about it. I don't think he did.
No.
Why do you write messages on your casings? You're taunting somebody, leaving clues. I mean, like in the back of their mind, these people want to be. I don't think he did. I just didn't. That's why once again, I just think that it's a confused person who did not really know what they were doing. I mean, they planned it out and successfully carried out the act, but I don't think that, like Raymond says, it's a YN situation where they didn't plan on what's coming next.
He didn't think about the future. He didn't think about nobody in that situation. He didn't even think he could possibly hit somebody else.
Yeah, yeah. Did he think he wasn't going to be caught? Maybe, and that's stupid. But
All criminals think they're not gonna get caught.
yeah, I guess
All criminals think they're gonna get away with it.
Otherwise, they wouldn't do it.
Otherwise, they would not do it. If he
That's
would have
true.
thought, "Oh, I might get caught," no, that little kid did not go into this thinking, "I'm a shooter and I don't care about going to jail." He did not go into that because if he would have let them come and grab him as soon as he shot him. He would have put his hands up like I'm right here.
Yeah,
did
that's
it.
true.
I did that. He tried to run away.
That's true. My God. Anyway, though, yeah, another great conversation wraps up. This one was fun. So next time we promise health. We definitely promise health. And yeah, with that, I'm Armand.
It's your boy Raylo. What's good, man? I'll see y'all next time, man.
And Q Tatum on the end. I'll catch y'all on the next.
There you go. Thanks for being here. See you guys in the next one.